The bank has closed our account and they seized all the money that was in the account.
We actually served a search warrant on their condo in Brentwood, and at first they didn't open the door.
Police search warrant, open up! Police, open up!
Well, hi there, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to this edition of Fraud Squad. Now, who thinks twice about carefully using their credit card, especially when losses due to fraud are generally insured by the credit card company itself? Well, if it's happened to you, you know that it can be quite an ordeal just to get through the reversing of the transaction, and you might not even notice the theft if you're not checking your card statements diligently. Well, that's what fraudsters are actually counting on, and they're stealing over $1 billion of our money every year. In this episode, we're going to show you how criminals use everyday places like gas stations and restaurants to steal your credit card information and then go on a spending spree at your expense.
Police search warrant, open up! Police, open up!
I never suspected that the restaurant did it.
Two individuals decided to start an identity theft ring. And what they did was they decided to use waiters at places that you and I go to. And they preyed on people that are just eating dinner.
I had stopped at the grocery store on my way home from work, and I attempted to use my card to pay for the groceries, and the card didn't go through. I had had lunch at a restaurant. When they took my card to pay for the dinner, they went and scanned it twice.
And once they had the PIN that opened the victim account, they were able to then take all the money out of it.
What we have here is evidence that was recovered from the execution of the search warrant on the home of the main suspects. This is an example of a skimmer that was given to one of the servers, and the server would place this in their apron. And once the customer at the restaurant would give the ATM debit card as a form of payment to the server would go to the back of the restaurant, would take the ATM debit card, and would just place it in, wait for the beep, and they would pull it out, and their information was then captured onto the skimmer.
Pretty upscale restaurant, so I just didn't think anything like that would happen.
They had software which they would take their own ATM debit card and put the victim's information on the back. They would then go into the bank with their own ATM debit cards and ask for a PIN change.
They did go to the bank, deposited a check, and then withdrew money from the check.
They were making counterfeit checks, and they would write the victim's name on the check.
They then recruited very attractive women to go into the banks to inflate the balances with these counterfeit checks. And then they themselves or these runners would use the ATM debit cards that they created to withdraw all the money.
I looked at my account, and about $8,000 it was overrun.
Taking elaborate trips, they're living very high and owning lots of property and lots of nice clothes and cars. They actually lived in Santa Monica in a beautiful beachfront condominium where they lived off of everybody else's money for about a year.
We actually served a search warrant on their condo in Brentwood, and at first they didn't open the door.
What do we got?
One room, 12 guys, split down the middle, no other entrance.
We did end up having to bust the door down, and they were shocked.
Police search warrant, open up! Police, open up!
How many people do not shield their PIN when using an ATM or debit card terminal? 6%? 28? 60 or 90. Astonishingly, 60% of us don't hide our PIN when we're at the bank machine. Remember, you need to do exactly the same thing when you're paying with your debit card. Always hide your PIN.
I never suspected that the restaurant did it.
2 individuals decided to start an identity theft ring.
They were making counterfeit checks, and they would write the victim's name on the check.
Where they lived off of everybody else's money for about a year.
We actually served a search warrant on their condo in Brentwood, and at first they didn't open the door.
Police search warrant, open up! Police, open up!
The 2 ringleaders, Matuzovic and Messagru, were from France. They came here and decided to prey on American victims and live the American dream through crime. We were able to bring money laundering charges that were brought by the IRS. We were able to bring mail fraud charges that were brought by the United States Postal Inspection Service. And we were able to look at their immigration status since they're from France because ICE was involved. We have 2 fugitives in the case. One, Shannon Camille Smith. The other is Yassine Albouri, who is a French national who is out of the country and has never been brought to justice. Unfortunately, in the United States Attorney's Office, we are often presented with fraud cases such as this with skimming devices. Therefore, the public needs to be put on notice that when they use their credit cards or debit cards, they need to be aware of where they're using it and to keep track of their account information.
In this case, individual customers were the victims. They don't know what's going on, and they have to deal with going to the bank, proving to the bank that they weren't the ones that did this.
Everything stands still because then you start getting, your bills become due and you can't pay them because you have no access to your account.
Your accounts are available, so you can see to make sure that nobody's having fraudulent charges or taking advantage of your credit cards by looking at your statements online or calling your bank.
A new customer going into the bank should ask the bank agent or whatever they're called, should ask several questions before you put your money in the bank so that your money is secure and that if something does happen, how are they going to protect you?
Here once again with fraud prevention expert Craig Hannaford. Craig, these guys made this kind of identity theft look pretty easy. Is it as easy as it looked on that piece?
It is very easy. You know, the technology and the tools that criminals need to pull this off are readily available. That's why we have to be very, very careful with our credit cards. You shouldn't let your credit card out of your sight, when you're in a restaurant.
The woman in our story was fairly diligent. She did whatever she had to do, and yet still she was defrauded. Could she have prevented this?
Well, it's pretty hard. I guess the best thing to do is make sure when you do get your credit card statements that you check the statements to make sure that all those charges are actually, real. And if they're not, you've got to call your credit card company right away. They'll investigate and they'll reverse those charges.
In most cases, they will reverse the charges, so it is a good reason to be diligent, not only while you're shopping, but while you're looking at your bill.
Don't let your credit card out of your sight when making a transaction. If you see a merchant swipe the credit card once in the credit card reader and again in some other device, report the incident to your credit card company immediately. Always check your credit card statement to ensure all the charges are legitimate. If they are incorrect, report this to your credit card company right away. Check your credit history regularly to make sure that there are no bogus entries. If you see any incorrect information on your credit file, correct it immediately. Make sure you shred any personal information before you put it out in the trash. Consider subscribing to a credit monitoring service that will warn you about any attempts to open bogus accounts in your name.
This story is a cautionary tale about how even quick-witted, intelligent people can be snagged into the web of a clever fraudster without even a hint of suspicion that it's happening to them. That is, until it's too late.
At that point, I just felt so stupid and that I'd been taken, and I couldn't believe that it would happen. When I was quite young, about 14, I watched somebody make an arrangement. I was fascinated. And I'm one of the lucky ones because I said to my mom, I said, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I want to do. When you create something, you stand back and it's like, wow, I did that. That's very satisfying. It was January 2nd, we came into work and I found this email, and it was from Pastor Benjamin. He needed some gift baskets and some wreaths for his church anniversary. I emailed him back and I asked him to call me to make sure that what he wanted was correct.
This fraud basically was perpetrated from Ghana, Africa. There are no jurisdictions on the internet. It's worldwide, it's instant contact, and there are no borders.
Within minutes, he was on the phone.
Hi, Rosanna, how are you? Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna need 300 gift baskets and 300 wreaths.
Because it is a larger order, we do need payment up front, and that wasn't a problem. He sent the payment through with 4 different credit cards. It actually went through our POS and went into my bank account. So I physically had the money in my bank account. That's when we started ordering baskets and chocolates and wreaths. He actually paid for the shipping charges with credit cards. I, in turn, took that money and went to Western Union and shipped the money to his shipping manager. The first amount was $1,500. He called back the next day and he said, I forgot about the taxes. Can you ship over the taxes? Sure, no problem. He sent me the money. I went back to Western Union, shipped that over.
Just in Miss Yeoman's case, we would have seen those signs. And the first sign we would have seen after listening to her tell us about this opportunity, for these wreaths to be made, we would have said to her, okay, well, how are you sending this money? How are you getting paid? And once we would have heard the words money transfer, money wire, that would have been a red flag for any person in the BBB office to say, stop, wait a minute.
Since Rosanna thought she was using the so-called pastor's money, she also followed his instructions, no matter how unorthodox, to the letter.
He would pick up the money and he would call me as soon as he picked it up. Thank you very much, I've picked up the money. The next day, he ordered some more, so the shipping charges were more. The next amount was, I believe, around $2,300. The next amount was over $5,000.
How are
it was
you?
$5,600 or $5,700. Again, he paid me the same routine over and over. My bank manager called me and said, something's really fishy, it's not sitting right with me. I didn't believe him. I thought, no, he's being a great manager, he's just being cautious. I didn't feel that feeling until the next day when I found an email from a gentleman in Amsterdam from ING, which is the credit card company. Basically in the email had said, you've started receiving orders January 1st for large amounts, don't ship them, it's all fraudulent cards.
After the products were purchased and all of the shipping charges and taxes were paid, the total amount that Rosanna was responsible for when it was discovered that the credit cards were stolen, a whopping $44,000.
Randy Drum. What had happened was when Rosanna had realized that she had been victimized, she started to become concerned about any fallout that might come her way. She contacted her lawyer's office and a friend that worked in the lawyer's office. That person, through our past dealings, contacted me and said, can you take a look at this and see if we can help Rosanna out or see who perpetrated this fraud against her.
I asked him questions about his church only because I had interest in it, and he answered all my questions. Every question I had, he answered. There was a Christ the King Cathedral, but there was no Pastor Benjamin Wallace, who this gentleman said he was.
It was very upsetting. Rosanna's an honest person. She's a hardworking person. Within her business, I know that she was struggling, and to deliver that type of news to a good person who's been victimized like that is very difficult and very upsetting.
We called our insurance company. Our insurance company only covered $3,000 of it, and we're talking about $44,000.
Unfortunately, it happens all too often. Sometimes consumers are innocent, sometimes consumers are simply gullible, to the scams that are, put upon them by someone who's looking, to take advantage of them.
Officer Drum, he, took a report, so at least now I had a police number, so that when I went to my wholesalers and said, look, I've ordered, 300 baskets and 300 wreaths, this is what's happened, and I hopefully wouldn't get stuck for all that product. A lot of it was already shipped here, so it was already delivered, and a lot of it was food product, so that I was stuck with.
Because Rosanna never actually saw the credit cards and never witnessed the signature, she has no recourse. She's on the hook for all of the money lost.
The bank has closed our account, and they seized all the money that was in the account.
She counted on that money in order to run her business, to support her family, to pay her employees, who in turn were coming to work expecting to be paid. I remember being there on a payday, and Rosanna was extremely upset over the fact that she had to pay her staff, and the money wasn't there to do it. And she was trying her hardest to facilitate. So it's just not isolated to one person. It has a ripple effect in terms of other people and in terms of time.
I was a wreck for a couple of days, a lot of, like I say, a lot of tears. I thought we were, at one point I even said, we're done, close the doors, we're done. And I had a little pity party, and then I came back and I thought, you know what, this isn't gonna get me down. We're not gonna close the doors. My family's gonna be fine, and we're just gonna fight our way back.
What signs indicate an investment deal is not legitimate? You find it through a spam email message? The offer is pressured, time sensitive. The investment is low risk with high return. It's such a hot tip, there's no time for documentation. Well, all of these are signs that the deal might not be legitimate. Fraudsters use high-pressure tactics to force you to make a quick decision with little or no information. When it comes to investing in anything, take the time to really understand the opportunity.
There are no jurisdictions on the internet.
He would pick up the money and he would call me as soon as he picked it up. Thank you very much, I've picked up the money.
Consumers are simply gullible, to the scams that are, put upon them by someone who's looking, to take advantage of them.
It's just not isolated to one person. It has a ripple effect in terms of other people and in terms of time.
And then I came back and I thought, you know what, this isn't gonna get me down. We're not gonna close the doors. My family's gonna be fine, and we're just gonna fight our way back.
The local police knew that they simply could not get justice for Rosanna, so they advised her to take the story to the media.
As soon as she went public, my phone started ringing.
When the article was published, I emailed the article to a floral organization, and they posted it on their website. And I don't know how many emails they sent out, but I know how many phone calls I got.
And there was other victims that called that were almost victimized but weren't because of the fact that the story was carried. And one gentleman had contacted me, and he had gotten involved with the same people to the point where he had obtained money through stolen credit cards unwittingly. And the money was deposited in his bank account, and he was just about to wire it through to the individuals when he heard about Rosanna's story. And he immediately stopped the transaction at that point and was able to get the money back to the credit card companies.
I owe another $22,000, so it's still a hard pill to take, but that's where we're at now. A lot of tears, not wanting to get out of bed, but now I'm back, stronger than ever.
We're here with fraud prevention expert Craig Hannaford once again. Craig, is there anything that she could have done either before the transaction or during the transaction which would have helped her out in this situation?
Well, she was in a difficult situation, and particularly small business, they've got to be very, very careful when they're dealing with credit card transactions over the phone. The best advice I can give is you have to actually see the credit card. You have to verify the signature on the back, check to make sure that that card isn't stolen. Do everything that the credit card company says you have to do. And if you do those steps, you're likely covered from any fraudulent activity.
Oh man, though, but every pizza that gets ordered, every floral arrangement I've ever ordered, I've done it on the phone.
You see, it's hard because credit card companies, they may not know if a credit card number has been stolen, and that number is now being used by a fraudster.
So it's not only the consumer that needs to show due diligence. If you're a small businessman, be careful what you do with credit cards.
If you're a merchant, make sure you actually see the credit card being used. Fraudsters can easily steal credit card data and information and use this over the phone. Make sure you understand the rules and regulations of credit card transactions. Just because a transaction gets an initial approval from the credit card company does not always mean it is good. Only send money to people or businesses you know or trust. Use a payment system that provides extra layers of payment security, such as PayPal.
Now, we want to hear from you, so Fraud Squad takes it to the streets to hear some of your stories.
I know someone who used to sell fake stocks, and what they would do is they would go out into a construction zone and call a client and make it as if they were in like a mine to say like we're discovering the copper or the silver, and they put the phone, out into the air so that the client on the other end of the line could hear construction thinking that they were actually in a mine. But
my only experience with fraud is finding tickets on Craigslist for a sporting event, transfer the money to the guy, $60 or $80, whatever it was, waited for him to email me the tickets for the game, and they never happened. So he just scammed me for $80.
I got a call once from Visa. I was actually quite impressed. They asked me if I'd been to Malaysia lately. And I said, well, not in about 20 years. And they called me up, and someone had compromised my card at a gas station. And here. And taken my credit card number and then bought jewelry or something over in Kuala Lumpur.
Take a person coming back that doesn't have an ID and loses his family and his kids. And you tell me that this shouldn't be fixed right away. I just don't think enough people care.
Hi there, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to another edition of Fraud Squad. Now, fraudsters have mastered technology and the internet to bilk victims that have billions of dollars every year. You see, they create these fake websites and emails in order to trick us out of our money. Now, you'd think you'd notice a bogus website, but as you're about to see, these criminals can be extremely resourceful and can dupe even the most careful internet user. But first, we're going to share with you a very disturbing identity theft story that targets military personnel while they're away on combat duty. To me, it's absolutely outrageous that these heartless scumbags can take advantage of our brave men and women in uniform and get away with it. But unfortunately, it happens all too often.
The first time I realized I was a victim of identity theft, I was shocked. My name is George Galvez. I was born in Chicago. I'm the oldest of four. I have 3 younger brothers. During high school, I became a father at a young age, at age 16, 17. So when I found out I was a father, I figured I'd try to do school while I had a kid. But I saw that was really hard, so I figured I'd try to join the Army, better myself, better my life, provide a better life for my daughter as well.
George did everything right. He worked hard to improve his life and to build a future for his family.
The responsibility was hard, but you become adult when you become a father. My wife at the time, she helped me out a lot too as well, taking care of my child. And especially through the deployments, which made it harder. I think we got really married at a young age. That's what kind of made things harder as well too. We're kind of new to the military and new to marriage. And especially since when I signed up, I wasn't stationed here. I was stationed in North Carolina, so we have no family, no friends, so we had to make new friends.
His problems began when he was deployed to a combat zone in Iraq.
My job in the military was, I was a 13 Fox, which is a forward observer. I controlled artillery, I controlled aviation, even naval gunfire at the time if we had it available. When we're out on patrols, there'll be times where terrorists would shoot at us.
He was unaware fraudsters were destroying his life while he survived the challenges of combat.
Up here, man.
You'd hear the rounds either whiz by or above your head. And you don't know where it's coming from, so it's nerve-wracking.
9576.
I mean, I pretty much just prayed and hoped for the best. Might be that chance where you might not come back. When I finished my deployment, I came back with money saved up from Iraq. I figured I'd save that money to get married and buy a house. I went to a bank to get a loan, and I got denied. I figured I was young. I was 19 or 20 at the time. I didn't have no credit built up. They told me I'd owed $2,500 to a cell phone company that I never heard of. Some guy used my ID, purchased 4 or 5 phones. So he connected lines and he had plans and he didn't pay it. And throughout those years, it builds up interest. What he did was he used my ID, but he used somebody else's credit card or debit card. And for some reason, it affected me, although my credit card or bank card wasn't in that file at all.
Yeah, man, I got it.
Shad Mashad is a Vietnam veteran who understands how combat affects soldiers. He's passionate about helping soldiers to adjust when they finally return home to their families.
Just lately, we've noticed a high incident of identity theft calls. We get all types of calls here at the National Veterans Foundation, everything. But we noticed, all of us, that we were starting to get ID theft. And what we realized was this population is probably the most vulnerable of all the populations in America. Number one, because their Social Security number is on everything. Your number is your Social Security number. They don't give you a military number. It's your Social Security number. And as soon as you join the military, your Social Security number, you may not even know your Social Security number, becomes your number. It's on everything. And whenever they leave anything, whether it's mail, paperwork, their gear, their number's there.
Unfortunately, George's story happens to scores of returning soldiers.
When I was in Vietnam, we had a military number on our IDs, not our Social Security number. That all changed after Vietnam. It just takes one person to lift that number, run it through however they do with their fraud software, and they own everything. It's that simple. It's that fast. That is the prime steal for anybody that wants to do fraud, is your Social Security number. They can run your accounts empty. They can run your all of your credit cards empty. You name it. If your Social Security's number is on it, they got it. These people are pros, and they have found the population, and it is sad, but it is true. And it finally, I went, oh my God, this is becoming an epidemic.
Are military personnel more likely to be victims of identity theft than the average citizen? True or false? The correct answer is true. Military personnel are deployed out of the country for long periods of time and have no idea that their name is being used in order to secure credit cards or make fraudulent purchases.
The first time I realized that I was a victim of identity theft, I was shocked. Some guy used my ID, purchased 4 or 5 phones.
Just lately, we've noticed a high incident of identity theft calls. These people are pros. This is becoming an epidemic.
I called my future wife. I asked her if she knew anything about it. She knew nothing about it. I didn't know anything about it either. So I figured I'd talk to my section sergeant, which I did. They told me to get all the paperwork for the collection agency, which I did, and to write a letter to all 3 bureaus and tell them my incident. So I did. I did the same thing. I did 3 packages for each credit bureau, and I was just waiting for them. So I had to pretty much settle with an apartment for me, my wife, and my child at the time. Once I filed the police report in North Carolina, the police station over there told me that I need to file the police report in California, since the incident happened in California. At the time, there was no way I could get to California since I was stationed in North Carolina. So I either had to ask for permission to take leave or just wait when we took leave as a unit. So when that time came, I couldn't because we went to our second deployment. Through that 15-month deployment, it was stressful too to know that what if my wife needed to try to apply for something and she couldn't get approved for my because of my background. I bought a used car before my deployment, which I had it for like say a year or two. We were having issues with that car, so I figured I'd try to get a new car. We tried like in 5 dealerships in North Carolina, but we still couldn't get approved. So I went to this dealership where they offered me a car, and the guy said all we had to wait was, pretty much for a bank to approve you. He said they're gonna approve you, so I figured, I was good. After that, I left. A week after, when I was in Iraq, my wife calls me and told me they took the car back because I didn't get approved.
Stop. I can't deal with this.
Can't deal with what? Tell me.
With everything. With the creditors calling, I can't get a loan, we can't even get a car.
But, what do you want me to do? Like, I've been working on it.
They figured since, I had that in my record, I wouldn't be able to pay my payments. So I figured I'd talk to the collection agency, which I did. I called them. I spoke to one of the representatives. I told them my situation. I even sent them a packet. If you put 2 and 2 together, it would make no sense. So I told her what happened, and the lady, still told me, you know what, since it has your signature and it has your social, you still at least should pay. They try to break it down and make me pay half.
You at least have to pay half. We can drop it. What I can do for you today.
It's hard. It's hard.
It's horrific. And imagine what they're dealing with, just going on multiple tours, come back, and now you've got all these financial problems that somebody has put you into. It's a major crime.
It makes life harder. It definitely makes life harder for everything.
In the past decade, identity theft has clearly grown as a much more widespread problem all throughout the United States. The number of people impacted by identity theft has pretty steadily increased year over year to where the latest statistics show 10 million people were impacted last year.
The sickness of all this is the fact that 39 years ago, I, amongst 3.5 million other men over a 10-year period, fought in a war, and the readjustment problems were horrendous for us in many ways at that time. We come back to today, and you have these men and women serving multiple tours, going over, putting their lives in harm's way. To imagine that not only while I'm there, possibly losing the identification of sweet old me, 24-year-old young captain, coming back, and your life continues to hit walls because your ID has been stolen, and you have not only that, but you have war memories, and you have nothing but sad memories, and you become sad most of your life. I'm enraged at this whole story of this fraud. This is murder to these individuals. This is murdering who they are. If something's not done for George, it's going to be a bad situation. We're taking 5 years to resolve an identity theft on a combat vet, and his life has changed. And I can guarantee you.
When I finished my deployment, next thing you know, I'm pretty much getting a divorce. It affected my marriage, and say I couldn't provide my family with certain needs. It definitely, it escalates things. If it's with all your other problems, it makes it even worse. You have another problem to add into, I guess. So it took some. It wasn't the whole thing of to end the marriage, but it definitely was a part of it.
Take a person coming back that doesn't have an ID and loses his family and his kids. And you tell me that this shouldn't be fixed right away. I just don't think enough people care.
What is the cost of identity theft in North America? A, 40 to 50 million, B, 50 to 60 billion, or C, $100 billion? The correct answer is B, 50 to 60 billion. Last year, over 11 million people in North America became a victim of identity fraud at a total cost of $54 billion.
The internet age has now proliferated virtually every aspect of our lives. And if you're an active member of the online community, then this next story is one to which you'll want to pay special attention.
These days, we do conduct business on the internet, and there's ways to do it properly. There's ways to conduct yourself on the internet. When you walk through the dark streets of a big city at night and go down a dark alley, you know that you're doing something that's not all that smart. The internet has plenty of those dark alleys. There's a very dark side to the internet.
One of the things I often like to mention to people in terms of safety of using the internet is the safety related to the vulnerability of your identity. Too many times people will solicit your first name and last name and address and postal code, and you may think that it's for innocent purposes, but you should never give that information unless it's absolutely necessary, unless the reason is explained.
Occasionally people get emails which are called phishing emails, and if you receive any of these emails and they are asking you for login information, for your driver's license information, for your bank account information, these are the types of phishing emails that you really need to be aware of, and need to be aware of the fact that any reputable company is not going to ask you for this kind of personal information.
People need to understand that if they get an email like that, that they just can't rely upon it, and they need to validate it by calling their bank and asking the right questions. Are you soliciting information from me? Have you sent me this email message? And of course, the bank's response is going to be no.
PayPal and other reputable companies will never be sending you emails asking you for passport numbers, bank account numbers, driver's license numbers, or any kind of personal information like that. So if you ever do receive an email that is asking you for personal information like that, you can assume that it is a phishing email, and you should delete it immediately and not ever respond to it.
Do I delete emails without opening them? Absolutely I do. And I advise people to do that. If you don't know who sent you that email, delete it. The way we conduct ourselves on the internet is directly related to how effective we use the internet. It is a tool, and it's for us to use. We don't want to be a victim.
It's important for people to validate the information that they're receiving, and it's critically important that, to the extent possible, that people educate themselves about how the internet is being used by people who seek to exploit it, but also to understand how those legitimate e-commerce companies are using it, so that they can understand the difference between what is valid and what is not valid.
When doing business over the internet, it's important to employ due diligence. Most often, fraudsters don't even reside in the same country as their victims. That makes it especially difficult to recoup money after it's been sent, so be leery of anyone that requests your credit card information or recommends that you use a money transfer service when purchasing goods over the internet.
Western Union is in over 200 countries and territories around the world. We have a very strong brand. We're a fast, reliable, and safe way to remit money to family and friends. It shouldn't be used for purchasing products over the internet and sending it to people that you don't know. That's not what our service was built for. Once you send money to someone through a money transfer service company, the person's name that you sent it to picks it up, and that money is gone. The only way for the sender now to get it back is to try and get it from the receiver, and in many cases that is almost impossible.
It's very time-consuming and difficult for law enforcement people to follow these circumstances. It's not as easy as the visible evidence of someone driving a stolen car down the street, where you've got physical capability to collect evidence and those type of things.
Are you kidding me? I need my package.
If the
This is insane.
proposed
I have been
seller
waiting
or
and
vendor
waiting and waiting.
refuses to tell you who they really are,
No, I
or
don't
where
want
they
to talk
really
to anyone
live,
else.
or if they're telling you that they're from out of country but the money has to be sent to some other location. Any of these issues should be red flags.
And as with any form of fraud, the best way to defend yourself is through education and a healthy sense of skepticism. Always protect your personal and financial information.
What is the common name for an email fraud used by criminals to collect personal information from victims? A. Spamming. B. Phishing. C. Spoofing. D. Reeling. The correct answer is B, phishing. An email is sent to a user falsely claiming to be a legitimate company in an attempt to scam the user into surrendering private information.
And there's great things that you can do with the web by accessing information that never previously existed before. It's just that you need to be a little bit more diligent and circumspect.
Consumers need to remember, the internet is a safe place. A lot of valuable information is available on the internet. Anything you want to find out, you can find on the internet, but you need to be skeptical.
It's important for people to respect what the internet offers us. It's important for people to validate the information that they're receiving, and it's critically important that, to the extent possible, that people educate themselves.
Don't give up information on your personal matters, passwords to financial institutions that you use. Be skeptical, think before you click.
Once again, we're here with Craig Hannaford, fraud prevention expert. It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? I mean, the internet can be used for all sorts of wonderful things that you and I both use it for, but the bad guys can also use it to get us.
Well, you're right. Anytime there's a new technology, fraudsters figure out ways to defraud us and to use that technology against us. But I don't want people to get totally scared and turned off about using the internet, because it is a great tool. You just have to take a few common sense steps.
If the bad guys get your money, chances are you've done something a little silly, like send money to somebody you don't know.
Yeah, and that's rule number one over the internet. Never send money to people you don't know or trust. That's where most people get burned. And if you are going to send money, try and do it over an internet payment service like PayPal, because they usually have some sort of built-in insurance that if you get ripped off, you have some recourse to get your money back.
And the trick is that when you enter into one of these agreements, read all of the fine print.
When you purchase items over the internet, use a payment service or some other secure payment system. Make sure you know who you're dealing with. Check out an online company with the BBB or your state consumer agency before you buy. Be careful about giving out personal information or payment information to unknown companies or individuals over the internet. Remember, a great-looking website can be a great tool for fraudsters to trick you out of your money. Fraudsters are able to collect a lot of personal information about you from social networking sites. Be careful what you post online.
Now, we want to hear from you, so Fraud Squad takes it to the streets to hear some of your stories.
If you know someone who had identity theft years ago, it was like 15 years ago, and she used to live in New York City, and then she moved and she found out that someone actually was impersonating her for 3 years. So she had to go to court and try to prove that all the accounts opened weren't hers. She just had to contact a lawyer and then try to prove who she was, that she wasn't still in New York City. She had moved since then, so then she had to show her paperwork showing that she wasn't still a resident there. How they discovered it was when they started charging things and not paying for them.
When you purchase toys or even infant things, you make sure that it's not going to end up killing someone.
Hi there, I'm Tom Natchez. Welcome to another edition of Fraud Squad. Counterfeiting products is a multi-billion-dollar global industry. And though counterfeit products like watches and handbags steal billions of dollars each year from retail brand owners, does it really affect the general public? It's still a crime, though. What we're about to show you is that counterfeit products can not only be harmful to your health, but they can also be deadly. But our first story focuses on the counterfeiting of one of the most popular types of collectibles of all, sports memorabilia. We're going to show you how collectors are often defrauded by fake reproductions. Now, everyone can imagine a child's eyes lighting up as they receive that ball or team jersey signed by their favorite player. But how would they feel if they discovered that the item was signed by some fraudster in another country and not their actual sports hero? According to one shocking statistic, over 50% of all sports memorabilia is actually counterfeit. we're going to show you ways to protect yourself against collectible fraud.
The victims of sports memorabilia fraud, the saddest victims are the people who purchase it, particularly the kids. Experts in the sports memorabilia industry estimate that they take in about $1 billion a year. The fraudulent portion of the sports memorabilia industry is about 10%, so you're looking at about $100 million a year.
Every year, thousands of collectors from around the world attend the National Sports Collectors Convention in Chicago to buy, sell, and trade valuable sports memorabilia.
When people walk into a sports collectibles show or they think of sports collectibles, they don't realize just how much money this stuff is worth. But these have actually become almost asset classes in and of themselves. People don't just buy them because they like the stuff, they buy them because they're long-term investments, and because of that, they want to get value.
Sold it to you, ma'am, $80,000, and your number is 373, 373.
When things get to be worth the kind of money that they're worth, there's always a chance for fraud. And whenever there's a chance of fraud, there's a chance for people with a lot of money to pay a lot for something that's worth absolutely nothing.
Pretty much anyone you ask has at least one horror story about buying a fake autograph or buying a card that had been recolored or doctored, some horror story that they, maybe at the time it turned them off to collecting.
The forgers in sports memorabilia fraud will forge anything. It's basically a consumer-driven fraud. Whether the consumer knows they're purchasing fraudulent items from the forger or not, the forger will provide whatever they want.
One of the most difficult things about bringing these types of people to justice is proving that they are knowingly selling fraudulent merchandise.
The card's supposed to be at least 2.1 centimeters, but this is 1.5.
The extent of sports memorabilia fraud was so large that the Federal Bureau of Investigation decided to tackle the problem themselves. The FBI set up a task force called Operation Bullpen to target criminals selling counterfeit sports memorabilia.
When Operation Bullpen was going down in Southern California, third-party authentication was being performed, but it turned out that it was a fraudulent ring, and they were selling fake autographs.
They'd sign it very carefully, forge the signature, and then authenticate it because they were a authorized authenticator. And they would just make a ton of money. Sad.
Operation Bullpen allowed the FBI to penetrate the counterfeit market using search warrants and wiretaps.
So what we decided to do was to try and basically look at the industry as a whole. It was fairly successful, although it wasn't as successful as we would have liked. There were some bigger targets that refused to do business with the undercover agent because they would only deal with people that they had known basically their entire lives. They started out legitimate, and they found out that the fraud was too easy, and there was so much of it, they felt almost compelled to go to the dark side.
The cost of counterfeit products are believed to be in the A, 100 to 500,000 per year, B, 10 to 50 million per year, C, 800 million to 1 billion per year, or D, hundreds of billions of dollars per year. The correct answer is D. While the overall extent of counterfeiting is unknown, some sources place the value of counterfeit products to over $600 billion per year.
People who commit sports memorabilia fraud are charged with either mail fraud or wire fraud or conspiracy to commit those crimes.
There's certainly been a maturity of this business, an evolution in this business where more people are educating themselves, they're understanding why it's important to have it evaluated by a reputable third party, because otherwise you're going to be susceptible to the fraud that will remain and will always remain somewhere in the marketplace.
the need for authenticity is at the highest point right now. And when I talk about that, what I mean is that when you buy something, you have to know it's real.
No one in their right mind is going to buy anything of value that is not authenticated by a company they can trust.
You're walking around here blind.
And when you go to resell things, they all want to know who authenticates it.
What we've got here is the legendary Black Betsy bat that belonged to Shoeless Joe Jackson. Sold last night in our Platinum Night event for over $540,000. This is authenticated by a third-party authentication firm called PSA DNA. They provided it with a game with a grade of GU10, which is the highest grade a game-used bat can get. So based on all the information that they had, the photographic evidence, the will from Joe Jackson's wife, and the newspaper articles, all that together created the provenance that they needed to give it a perfect grade.
You got to ask questions. You got to ask the guy in the store or the person that you're talking to on the internet, I want to know where this came from, who owned it. You got to ask those questions. And if they can't tell you that, then I would stay away from them.
If you want to get the best quality, you have to pay for it. That's what this industry and every other collectibles industry is about. You get what you pay for. Yeah, we have a saying at our company, avoid becoming a bargain hunter. When you are obsessed with the price of an item and trying to get a steal, you are going to go right down the road to forgeries and overgraded material. There's money to be made. There's going to be fraud.
My client spent close to $8,000 for this ball, thinking he had gotten a deal, thinking he had gotten the $15,000 example. And the reality is he has something that's not worth the money, the ball that it's written on.
Very rare to find a high quality, authentic item that is priced at, let's say, 50% of market.
But it's very important to check the certificate of authenticity whenever you're buying an autograph or a game-used memorabilia. Because if you buy one that's fake, it's not worth anything. It might be worth $10 if you paid $50 for it. You always want to make sure that COA.
We might sit there and talk and argue a little bit about cards and what we're going to buy, but all in all, I like for him to pretty much buy what he wants to buy, but I also want it to be of value and not,
throwing my money away.
And throwing his money away.
How many American jobs are lost each year to counterfeiters? A, 100,000, B, 500,000, C, 750,000, or D, 1 million jobs? Well, the correct answer is C. An estimated 750,000 jobs have been lost in the United States to counterfeiters, according to the United States Customs and Border Protection Agency.
The business of counterfeit products is a multi-billion-dollar global enterprise. But as you'll see in this upcoming story, sometimes the problem of counterfeit products is not just about money, but it's about something a whole lot more serious.
It was our daughter's 5th birthday, and she wanted to go to Chuck E. Cheese for her birthday party. And we all went over there, and the general rule is, as you play the games and you receive the tokens, everyone receives their tokens and then they give it to the child that has a birthday. So everyone pitched in all their tickets and gave it to our daughter, Alyssa, and she wanted a disco ball light, and that's what she received.
I set it up on this one wall, and she had a big doll house that had a top floor on it that it sat on top of, and they like to turn it on sometimes at night and watch the lights for a little while before they'd go to bed. And I'd waited for a while. They were drifting off, so I went in there and turned it off. I don't know if one of them turned it back on or what, but.
The parents, Amy and Rob Bullock, won the Globe from a reputable business and had no reason to assume that the prize wasn't safe. Often, counterfeit products are very difficult to distinguish from their legitimate counterparts. Victims of counterfeit fraud run the risk of not only losing money, sometimes it can even cost them their lives.
I think it was about 6:15, and I got a phone call. It was a Someone from the sheriff's office here in town said that I needed to come over to Amy's house as soon as possible. There's been an accident. So let me know what's going on, you know, where are my kids? And then she told me that both my son and my daughter
I had trouble finding them at first because the smoke was so thick and it was so dark and I couldn't see anything. But once I did find them, I carried them out, tried to give them breaths, but couldn't get any air to go in. And then the next thing I remember, I looked up, I could see the figure of a fireman coming towards me. And he took one of the children and headed towards the ambulance, and I picked up the other child and followed behind him. And then sat there beside the ambulance for forever.
Initially, the fire marshal thought that a faulty CD player might have been the culprit for the fire, but after further investigation, the true source was revealed.
Yeah, the parents came to us in order to help them determine what happened and why. The local fire marshal did an investigation, and at the conclusion of his investigation, was able to say the origin and the source of the fire was at a point where there was a disco light plugged in.
Someone asked me what was on top of the dollhouse. And then that's when it came to light that it was the disco ball that was on the dollhouse.
We're focusing the case at this point on a toy that was made in China and made it to America without, as far as we can tell, any UL certification, any type of safety checks, any type of interest on behalf of the company that sold it as to whether or not the toy was safe.
In our case at CSA International, one of the areas that we have concerns with are extension cords, because if the examples that we've seen pose a potential fire and a shock hazard. We've seen products such as extension cords, power bars, all of these products that are in the legitimate marketplace also are capitalized by the counterfeiters to supplement the marketplace.
The hardest part for me was when I went to the hospital to ask Amy what had happened, and she was in the room crying hysterically, and family was around her, and she said someone needs to go see the kids and make sure they're okay. So I had to go and go to the mortuary, and that was the hardest part, was identifying them.
One of the toys, the one that was similar to an exemplar to the toy that caused the fire in the Bullock's house, our experts have had success, I guess you would say, in the toy melting on itself and catching on fire.
The counterfeiter comes along and copies the packaging, copies the outside, but doesn't look at the safety issues relating to it, and then puts it out to the public, and then the public uses it and it breaks down within a very short period of time. The public thinks that it was made by the actual company.
It would be impossible for a consumer to tell the difference. Impossible for the consumer to take any steps to determine which of the toys would be safe. The only person in position to do that would be the buyer of the toys from the supplier.
The impact of counterfeit products on the companies that we represent has been increasing at an incredible exponential rate over the years. This is a multi-billion-dollar problem. They're not abiding by the laws and putting forth safe products, as a result of which the counterfeiters are detrimentally affecting the reputation and the goodwill built up by companies that have worked very hard to have a good reputation.
We assumed that something that, for children would be safe, that there would be, that it would be made in such a way that that there wouldn't be a risk of it catching fire.
I think all parents aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters. When you purchase toys or even infant things, you make sure that it's not gonna end up killing someone. And people, it's sick to say, but people really don't care. It's the bottom line is, let's get it out there and let's make money and get on with our lives. But how many innocent children have to die on faulty toys?
What percentage of global trade is in counterfeit products? 6, 19, 42, or 78%? Counterfeit products amount to 6% of global trade, and that's a huge amount of money. In North America alone, counterfeiting diverts more than $250 billion a year into the hands of criminals. It's not just the financial cost. As we saw in our segment, counterfeit products can leave you seriously injured.
We're here once again with Craig Hannaford, fraud prevention expert. Boy, that's just a terrible story. Were they just unlucky, or was this accident caused?
Well, firstly, Tom, let me say my heart really does go out to this family. This is a real tragic story. That's very sad. But at the same time, this type of story gets me very, very angry. We have criminals who are making huge profits selling this type of unsafe product to our families, to our children. And this is the type of thing that can happen.
These same stores that sell these same type of products, they're actually victims too, because they can't possibly control who all of their suppliers could be, could
Well, some are victims and some are not victims. I think it goes to where are you buying this product? Are you buying it at a well-known store that has a good record, or are you buying it on the street? Are you buying it in some discount store, where perhaps you're getting your socks for $1 a pair, but you're not going to get an extension cord that's safe in a store like that.
It's one more reason we all have to be more diligent in this day and age.
Name brand products are not sold on tables on the street. Ask for the owner's manuals and manufacturer's warranties. If these do not exist or do not look official, there's a good chance that the product is counterfeit. Look for spelling errors in the packaging or instructions. Look for substandard quality. If the price seems too good to be true, the item is likely a counterfeit.
Now, we want to hear from you. So Fraud Squad takes it to the streets to hear some of your stories.
I actually had like $1,500 stolen from my bank account last year. They sent me an email saying, attention, this is urgent, you need to send us all your information. And just without thinking, I did. And then I went and checked my bank account, and there's $1,500 missing.
One thing that happened to me last year is that I was doing some online banking, and I discovered that there was a fraudulent check written on my account. And I discovered that what happened is that I used to carry around a blank check in my wallet, and I obviously lost it. What I found out from my bank later is that when the check went through my bank, they did not check the signature. Banks do not check signatures. That's one thing I discovered, which was a little unsettling.
It was a couple of years ago. I didn't realize it until I got one of my credit card bank statements. Basically, it was ranked up to like over 1,000. And I still have my credit card in my wallet. On that same day, it was like 3 different purchases, and it was like over $500 each. I don't know what happened. And so I called the credit card company, and they said they'll investigate. And I never actually got any report. Basically just said, we'll credit that amount for you, but then they have to give me a new credit card. And to this day, I have no idea how they got a hold of my credit card.
A friend of mine, her uncle, received a phone call from someone who had a grandson, apparently was claiming to be the grandson, and requested money to get bailed out of jail. Yeah. And the uncle believed the story, was ready to cash some of his money out of his financial funds. Yeah. And his financial advisor said, wait a minute, we're going to make a couple of phone calls and verify some things, and it turned out to be a scam. But the uncle was ready to hand over the cash, and they're preying upon older people who are trusting and willing to help out.
Hi there, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to another episode of Fraud Squad. Now, fraudsters are usually strangers, but not always. Today, we're going to show you some cases of fraud committed by people that you not only know, but whom you trust. This is known in the business as Affinity Fraud. Now, of all of the frauds we've covered on the show, the worst ones involve betrayal by someone that you know personally. We tend to trust the people who are closest to us. That makes sense. Members of our church, service clubs, social groups, or even family members. This week on Fraud Squad, we're going to show you two cases where the victims never suspected, never saw it coming, that they were being defrauded in the first place. You'll meet Andrew Leck and some of his victims and learn how he devastated his family, friends, and members of his own church by defrauding them of millions of dollars. Then in our second segment, you'll learn about a scam involving real estate investments where the victims lost millions to another trusted individual. And as always, we'll show you how you can protect yourself and fight back against this type of fraud.
We'd identified probably close to 300 victims.
This was a classic affinity fraud.
I don't have time for this, okay?
Didn't just speak the language of the market, he spoke the language of the church.
You don't want to trust anybody anymore.
What?
Affinity fraud targets groups of people that share something in common, such as belonging to the same faith or ethnicity, or even sharing the same social interests. In this case, fraudsters preyed on church groups using their religious beliefs and their faith in the Bible to perpetuate the idea that we're all here to help each other.
In the Christian community, we are to live like the Bible says we're to live, so we should be able to trust.
That trust is what they prey on.
From what we have seen, the mastermind of the operation was Andrew Leck to a point, but it would appear that the organizational mind, Gary McNaughton, lived in Ohio.
McNaughton was soliciting and recruiting his fellow church members to invest with him. And what he told investors is that he was going to in turn invest their money with Andrew Leck, his childhood friend, who was also a wealthy and successful securities trader.
It's our understanding that he was an ambulance attendant, didn't have any formal training in the stock market, idolized people like Warren Buffett, but that's not who he truly was. The operation was fairly simple. It was based on putting Mr. Leck in front of potential investors. He would convince them that he was extremely experienced and somewhat brilliant in the stock market.
Mr. Leck gave a presentation to the group, that we're all here together. We can all benefit, and I will come through, and we all have a belief in God and the Bible together, and we'll all flourish in this. We'll all benefit.
A friend of ours had been investing with Mr. Leck, and he made it look very good, and we watched him for a while, and then in about a year, we invested. So that's how we got in with Mr. Leck, but we never met Mr. Leck. We invested $100,000.
With the investment of $100,000, the Milligans were promised a return of 15%.
And then we would get 6 post-dated checks in the mail. And then when the 6 months was up, we'd get 6 more. And then in April, when I thought they should have come, they didn't. And right then, I got a sick feeling in my stomach, and I didn't even say anything to Don about it.
It becomes quite apparent early that the monies that he's receiving are not being invested in the manner that he says they are.
Every time we invested, like if we reinvested $20,000, say, we would get another promissory note. So at the very end, the promissory note was $450,000. And then one day a registered letter came in the mail, and I knew before I opened it that we were probably in trouble, and we were. And it was dated April the 11th, 2003, telling us that he couldn't send us our checks at the time.
It's easy to recognize very quickly this was nothing more than a Ponzi scheme.
In a Ponzi scheme, the subject will promise high returns with low risk, usually providing the investors with statements, monthly, quarterly, yearly statements showing extremely high returns on their investment. And in doing so, they're enticing the investor to stay with the subject, with the fraudster. Because in a Ponzi scheme, the subject receives new investment money in order to pay off old investors. So a fraudster does not want a subject to cash out, because if too many people cash out and the fraudster's not receiving enough money coming in, the Ponzi scheme is over.
You just have no idea where to go or what's going to happen or what you're going to lose or if you're going to lose everything or like initially you just don't think straight.
Where does most of the money go in a Ponzi scheme? A, into the bank account of the criminal. B, it's used to pay back earlier investors to keep the fraud going. Or C, it's used to provide a lavish lifestyle for the fraudster. The correct answer is B. In order to support the payment of high rates of return offered by the scheme, the fraudster must continue to attract more and more victims so that the new investment money can be used to satisfy the obligations to earlier investors.
This was a classic affinity fraud.
We invested $100,000.
It's like a house of cards, that it will collapse upon itself in very short order.
We started this case by going down and meeting with some of the alleged victims at the time. Turns out that they were victims.
A class action suit had begun, and law enforcement on both sides of the border were ramping up their investigations.
We did a search warrant at his house, and in the afternoon, Mr. Leck, we recognized his car, and then we could see that he was driving around the neighborhood. And so we just called him and said, well, why don't you just come here? No sooner is he 5 minutes in the house, and he's beginning to trying to explain how his investment scheme worked.
We conducted a formal interview of Mr. McNaughton, and we gave him the opportunity to explain himself, to explain, what were you telling investors and what did you do with their money, and how was Mr. Leck involved? Well, unfortunately, Mr. McNaughton refused to answer most of our questions.
McNaughton knew he was standing on thin ice in an attempt to ease his guilty conscience threw 20 years of friendship with his friend Leck out the window when he delivered a disc to the lawyer with enough evidence on it to incriminate his lifelong friend.
I'm not sure why Gary McNaughton gave me the disc. He, however, did provide us with, I think, the key piece of evidence.
None of the money that we could see was invested.
Mr. Leck had a number of followers that would come to court. We could see that the whole process pitted Christian against Christian.
They mocked everything we did, and they formed a circle out in the hallway of the courthouse and had a big prayer service, and yet we knew what was going on behind the scenes, so that was mockery as far as their Christianity was concerned. We were in a recess, and this older gentleman came down, and he wanted to talk to me. And I said, well, come on down the hall. So we went down to the end of the hall, and I said, okay, what have you got to say? And he just yelled and yelled and yelled at me. He said they were taking all our money, and that Andy Leck would never give us anything if we didn't get rid of these lawyers. Like, he was very, very, he wasn't physical, but at one point I wondered if he could have been, shook me up pretty good that day.
Those who felt that we were doing the wrong thing by incarcerating him or pursuing him, there was a tremendous amount of energy from them. And the Milligans took a lot of scorn.
I don't know if I'm tough or not, but yeah, you had to be. Because you can't back down. When you take a stand on anything and it's right, you cannot back down, and I wasn't going to.
Mr. McNaughton was found guilty of violations of criminal statutes and then sentenced to about a 5-year prison term.
Mr. Leck, he pled guilty to the criminal charges, so he's been in jail almost 10 years.
An individual will give you what appears to be official-looking documentation, a promissory note. Don't believe in it because it appears official. It has an official stamp on it. Very easy to go on the internet, produce those, write them off. If somebody has a notary signature of any of that sort, very easy to forge those. So don't think because you got a promissory note, because in this case, those promissory notes were not worth the paper they were written on.
How do you replace a lifetime of saving and pinching every penny and paying off your house mortgage? And because of the allure of this man's scheme and story, you gave it all away. You can't compensate for that. Putting him in jail, that only scratches the surface.
The best get rich quick is just to count your blessings. And we have lots of those.
The Ponzi scheme was named after Charles Ponzi. What kind of product did his 1920s scam involve? A. Postage reply coupons. B. Tulip bulbs. C. Gold. Or D. Stocks. The correct answer is A. Charles Ponzi promised clients that by purchasing postal reply coupons or international reply coupons in Italy, he could return a profit of 50% within 45 days or 100% profit in 90 days.
David Richard Sparks ran an elaborate real estate investment Ponzi scheme that bilked his longtime friends, his family members, and his clients out of about $4 million. David Sparks was very well respected. He was well liked, he was well connected. He was involved in his church, he was involved politically. It involved someone who was on the city planning commission.
He had bought and sold real estate for many of his high school friends for the last 30 years, all legitimate transactions. I often would say, if you asked me to write down on a piece of paper the names of the 10 people that I would most trust, his name would have probably been on that list.
I actually came to know him through a group of friends through baseball. We had a baseball league. And then David helped me as my realtor buy my first house in 1987.
He started to invest in speculative real estate. And in 2005, he believed that homes in Utah and California were going to increase significantly in value. And he invested some of his own money and some investors' money to buy $7 million in real estate.
This was buying properties that a bank needed to get off of its books at a discounted rate, fixing them up and putting them back on the market and making a fair profit.
The plan is that we would purchase jointly 10 properties. These were ultimately to be purchased through my name and his name. They were then to be transferred to corporate ownership. Of those properties, David ended up owning 2. I ended up owning 8. It was presented to me as a safe investment, and again, it was presented to me as with the idea that they would initially be in my name and then would promptly be transferred to a corporate ownership. And the corporation would be owned by me and Dave, but if there was a problem, the corporation would collapse as opposed to having the debt come back on me personally.
When I'd asked him for information, he would supply information, but it was all self-generated. Here's a spreadsheet he created, or here's an Excel program. There was no independent verification outside of just whatever Dave said. I remember asking his secretary if I could see some of the deeds to some of the properties, and she said Dave was the only one that had ever seen them.
The properties we had invested in were going underwater. When I confronted him, said, "Are we underwater?" In a direct question, he finally said yes, and I said, "We need to get out." Half a year goes by, he has done nothing.
After about 6 months of excuses on why the money wasn't being returned, and all of the excuses seemed very reasonable, I just decided I needed to do some checking myself.
David Sparks enlisted the services of a young woman to direct potential investor towards his own property investments. This flow of new money allowed Sparks to carry on his Ponzi scheme. The new money that was raised was used to satisfy the demands of his previous investors.
According to the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, it started with his bad business decisions. He bought a lot of real estate, about $7 million in real estate, when the market dropped and he was in a big hole. And his response to that, rather than take the hit and move on, he turned. Tried to dig himself out by defrauding other people out of their life savings.
When I say, how could this happen? How could he? There was no sneak job. It was like one day somebody jumped into his brain and he became a completely different person.
He had accountants working for him, he had brokers working for him, He had investment bankers who were providing the loans. Some of these people, I later learned, were fictitious. They were figments of David's imagination. Others of them I knew very well. None of them said, there's a fraud going on. None of them said, there's bad things going on. He has invented a fictional person who he has claimed to be his agent to go and sell these properties. He says, okay, look, we're entering a situation where the rentals don't do it. We need the money in order to hire the necessary professionals to get the property short sold. He never did that. He embezzled the money for his own purposes. So now as I deal with the lenders on those properties, they haven't been paid since last year. In one case, he went out to the property manager and took the money out the day before I instructed the property manager on not to give any more money to Dave. Literally, he drove out there because he knew orders were on the way in order he could snatch the last few dollars away from me. And so I've been left with properties that are underwater in my name where the rentals aren't even close to covering the mortgages, and all of the lenders are at the door.
The thing that was striking to me is David never gave me the impression that he was pressed for the money. Every deal he did, he had his own money in, and it was always more than what I had in. So he made you feel comfortable that way. Hey, don't worry, I'm in the deal too. You know, if you lose, I'm going to lose even more.
What is it called when a fraudster targets the members of a specific religious group? A, fraud by association. B, loyalty fraud. C, prayer fraud. Or D, affinity fraud. The correct answer is D. When a fraudster targets people who belong to the same religious, social, ethnic, or other group, it's called an affinity fraud.
Then I asked Dave, okay, give me the documentation so I can try and dig my own way out of this. He refused to do that, and I had to spend tens of thousands of dollars for professionals and attorneys to go and recreate the wheel and find the documents, find the loans. So I just knew which lenders I was dealing with. I didn't even know which lenders I was dealing with. Dave either took or destroyed all of the documentation. I had to go to the local title company in Cedar City through an attorney, spend an attorney's time, spend a title company's time to rebuild what all should have been provided to me free and at the beginning, and it never was. And I suspect David was doing that as a smokescreen to just cover his tracks. He was just trying to keep me busy trying to dig my way out of the hole as opposed to pursuing him.
To me, the most heinous thing is he took his own sister, his own brother-in-law. I was shocked. You know, it's somebody that you trusted. It's somebody that you were close to. And I think that rocks my world more than anything else, is the fact that a guy that I counted a close friend could do something like this.
Those 8 properties are still in my name. They are all in foreclosure now because I cannot afford to pay them even close to that, and the amount of money that I owe on them is enough to bankrupt me.
The law eventually caught up with him. David Sparks has pled guilty to his crimes. The U.S. Attorney has recommended a sentence of over 5 years in a federal prison, but that won't bring back the lost money and the devastation caused to so many investors.
He's got it all figured out. He'll serve some time in federal jail, and then there will be a batch of people to whom he has made contributions now who will welcome him with open arms, and he'll go back out, and in my opinion, he'll probably do this again. And he'll be, clean, free to walk away with whatever he's gotten at the back end of the deal.
Now, we want to hear from you, so Fraud Squad takes it to the streets to hear some of your stories.
This chap would get the mail when I'd live with a guy, so he would get the mail when I wasn't there, he'd open it and get all my personal information. And then over time I found out that he'd got Rogers and his girlfriend's house in my name, and then he got pulled over by the police once, and I don't know what the police were doing, but he gave them my information, and I got a ticket for speeding way up north. So I finally got the mail and found out that all these things were in my name. There was a Visa, Rogers, he hammered it. So yeah, he did well. It was a long time to get everything back to your name, so it's a pain in the backside, really.
Daughter-in-law's parents had a company come to put louvered lines on their windows, and they gave them the cash up front. Never saw anything about it since.
I was at near the Princess Margaret Hospital. This guy pretended that his daughter was in the hospital and that somebody just had robbed him, his wallet, while he was going by there. And he was asking me for money, and like, who would be saying that right beside a hospital? And he showed me a paper of a police report. So he actually had like a fake police report and things like that. He said, be here at 8:30 and I'll come back with the money. And like a doofus, I stood around at 8:30.
My wife unfortunately sent a reply to, she thought it was the bank sending her, asking her to update her details, and she did send off an email back to what was supposed to be the bank, but the banks do not email.
Hello, I'm Tom Natcher. In this episode of Fraud Squad, we're going to look at charity fraud. Now, this is the type of fraud that directly affects those people who really need our help the most. Think of Hurricane Katrina, the tsunami in Japan, earthquakes in New Zealand and in Haiti. And who can forget the images of injured children and homeless families among the dead and the dying? Naturally, we all want to help these victims of disasters, and many of us do. In fact, billions of dollars are raised worldwide each year to help. But whenever there's human agony and suffering, the fraudsters are there too, and all they see is profit and opportunity. After Hurricane Katrina, 4,000 websites materialized almost instantly to raise money for the victims. As you can imagine, unfortunately, many of these websites were fraudulent. But there's another type of charity fraud that tugs at your heartstrings even more. In our first segment, we'll show you how people in your own community can claim to have cancer and beg for donations to help fight their disease. They prey on their friends, their relatives, and their neighbors. They even change their appearance to convince you of their illness. We'll show you how to avoid these frauds and make sure that your money reaches the victims who truly need it.
Seeing someone go to that extreme for a charity fraud is unusual.
Quite shocking, and I think people feel very hurt by this type of fraud.
In talking with her, in seeing her, they believed that it was due to chemo treatment.
Ashley was 23 years old when she was diagnosed with a benign tumor. After having it removed, she craved for more attention, so she told everyone around her that her cancer was in fact terminal.
The fraud itself that Ashley was involved in spanned roughly 1 year. Convincing people that she had cancer had started prior to that, but the fraud period lasted from approximately August of 2009 to August of 2010. Ashley has a difficult relationship with her family, and when she had a tumor, or a benign tumor, removed from her, she wanted her family to feel sympathetic towards her. Initially, it was one form of cancer, and then she gradually said that the cancer was spreading and affecting other parts of her body. And it seems that she did this to try to initially gain sympathy from her family. Well, the family tells other people, and then friends know, and then some people become strangers that find out about it. Money that she gathered, she used to pay for basic things that she needed. She was working during the time frame that she was purported to be suffering with cancer, but she was not getting enough money to get herself the things that she needed for day-to-day life.
The person that would sometimes portray themselves as having some illness or to get sympathy for illness, there is a psychological component to that. It's called Munchausen syndrome, where people are saying that they're sick or almost like a hypochondriac in order that they might get attention or something like that. The person doesn't see that they have a way out. And usually there's something going on behind the scenes. In my experience, there's usually something going on, especially if it's attention seeking. There's something going on in their personal lives, sometimes things lacking in their personal lives, whether it be financial or greed, that causes them to sort of grasp onto something that gives them some sense of self-worth or importance. They just get so in over their heads with the story, and it just ends up spinning out of control.
So she shaved her head and shaved her eyebrows and tweezed out her eyelashes.
What is a warning sign that you may be dealing with a fraudulent charity? A, aggressive telephone canvassers who ask for your credit card number. B, a door-to-door canvasser who does not have any official charity identification. C, you come across a charity's website that you've never heard of before. Or D, all of the above. The correct answer is D. All of the described warning flags may indicate that you're dealing with a fraudulent charity.
People who came forward to assist Ashley had started a Facebook page in support of her charity. People came forward from that, and through attending events of small bands performing and things like that, she met a number of people, and she befriended these people. And in talking with her, in seeing that she had no hair, that her eyebrows were gone, that her eyelashes were gone, they believed that it was due to chemo treatment. Many of them, out of the goodness of their hearts, offered to assist her in any way they could. Some donated money, and some assisted in arranging venues for her to set up a small booth at, asking for change and selling t-shirts.
And it just warms my heart to know that there are people that...
Once outsiders become involved, they have no control over, so-and-so tells so-and-so, and then they're really interested, and then they get contacted, and the person just feels themselves being backed into a corner.
Her Facebook page had suggested to people to save jars of loose change, and then when she's at a local event, come by and donate the jar of change. And she actually collected money through this and through the sale of t-shirts. It was at no time registered, there was no bank account for it, nothing.
Eventually, people became suspicious of Ashley and began to ask questions about her behavior.
It started to unravel because of a trip that she took to, I believe it was Australia, where she had posted photos on her Facebook page, her personal one, that showed her enjoying herself, having a good time. So there were some inconsistencies that began to arise, and people started wondering, okay, what's happening here? We contacted the witnesses and established what we believed had happened. There was contact made by a third party with Ashley saying the police are looking into this. It had already hit the media and had become very, very public. She came in immediately, and she was arrested, and I went through an interview with her. She confessed in the interview, and she was very remorseful in the interview for what had happened. She was very upset with what she'd done. She cried quite a lot in the interview. She confessed fully to what had happened. She advised that the money had been used for herself and not for frivolous things, but for basic necessities of life. One of the things that came to light is that she also went so far as to attempt to hire an actor to come to her home while she had someone present and pretends to be a doctor doing a house call to confirm that she had cancer and to continue with the treatment. The person had actually refused to do it. Legitimate charities become very harshly hit by things like this because people become very skeptical about giving to charities, which, although it's fine to be skeptical to avoid suffering a scam, you also have to trust enough to give to legitimate ones, because those legitimate charities give back to the people who truly need it, so those people end up suffering because of one person who does something like this.
Educating yourself, asking questions, being aware, and if you don't like what you're hearing and you're not satisfied with the answers, there are lots of other charities out there. So you should go to another charity if you're not getting the answers you want.
She received a little bit over a year of house arrest, followed by 2 years probation, and she's also required to do some community service work, which cannot have anything to do with charities or collecting money for charities. In that time frame, although it's difficult to estimate how much was collected because a lot of it was pocket change that was donated in the sale of t-shirts, and there's no records kept.
What is an indication that a charity website may be fraudulent? A, the charity website is well established and has operated for many years. B, the charity website encourages donations to be made in multiple ways. C, the charity website is poorly constructed and has spelling errors. D, the charity website provides immediate official receipts for your donation. The correct answer is C. Sometimes fraudulent websites may have poor grammar and spelling errors. Official, well-run charities usually have professional websites. When a natural disaster strikes, good people help. Whether it's a hurricane, tornado, forest fire, tsunami, or some other horrendous disaster, good people try to do good things. But disasters that bring out the best of humanity also turn over rocks that allow fraudsters to crawl out and ply their trade. Fraudsters use disasters to set up fake charities and bilk us out of millions of dollars. It's an outrageous fraud. The best way to stop it is to be aware of how it happens. In this episode, we'll show you how to fight disaster fraud.
When a disaster strikes and it's on air in live time, it's very satisfying for a donor to be able to go to the website and make a gift.
When we have a crisis in the country, it is natural for folks to want to give, and yet there are scammers who will take advantage of those situations.
These criminals, within minutes, are using social networking, emails, setting up websites, etc., much faster often than the real charities are able to, trying to impersonate them and scam people out of their money. We see over 30,000 websites every single day that are being either infiltrated by scammers or being set up by scammers. So it's a very big problem.
More than half of the money that we do receive will come online. So Doctors Without Borders, like any other nonprofit or commercial organization, is not immune to phishing schemes, email hoaxes.
Phishing is a fraudulent practice of sending emails in order to trick people to reveal personal information, such as their credit card numbers.
We've seen some themes in the ones that have gone around where people are claiming to be us. An email will be sent around from someone purporting to be, say, a nurse, looking for money to help her get out of that country, a plane ticket home, or to bribe a border guard. That's garbage. Doctors Without Borders takes care of its aid workers. It's my role to raise all the private income that we need to make sure our medical services are delivered in 70 countries around the world.
We may think of the charity that being the victim. Of course, the charity is part of the list of victims of these types of crimes, but the real victims, of course, are the people that are hungry, need clothing and shelter and other things after these tragedies. Their friends and neighbors around the world are reaching out and offering assistance, and unfortunately, some of them are accidentally lining the pockets of criminals. There are many different people involved in organized crime on the internet, and it includes everyone from perhaps your neighbor all the way to somebody around the other side of the world. I mean, the internet enables us to communicate so freely anywhere and instantly, and that works both ways, both for the people working for good and those that are perhaps working to defraud the good. So they may hire a professional web designer just like a company might hire to put together a fake website to impersonate someone. They might hire another guy to send out large batches of emails, and perhaps another another person to design a Facebook page to draw even more people into the scam.
Yeah, I got the money.
So they'll go to a real charity's website and download all of the graphics and logos and content from that site and make an exact duplicate. So it's very difficult for an unsuspecting person to detect that it's fake.
For me, it was quite personal because I had worked in my prior career with the Mississippi state government down there, so I was very familiar with what the coast looked like prior to Hurricane Katrina. A lot of my friends actually had people living with them at their homes. They went down for weeks at a time to rebuild. We did have issues in the very beginning with websites, and that was it was an educational tool that we had to get out to the public to alert them that there were false websites. They had nothing to do with real charities at all.
Rescues, helicopters, plenty of pictures circulated on that. The bad guy embeds code into the JPEG that he sends you. And when you open it, there is a picture there, but you also clicked on an executable file that has just compromised your computer.
We've all seen scammers that have stolen money from grandmothers and grandfathers and everything else. But in this particular case, it was so egregious because you had people that were dying and that had lost everything they had. They don't care and did not care about any human life, in my opinion. I think that's pretty well the opinion of the American public.
We provide computer security software and data protection like encryption, antivirus products, this type of stuff for businesses and organizations. Of course, it's very important for charities to both protect the identities and information they collect about the victims and from the donors. Clearly there are many different victims, but obviously the most important victim are the people that are in need after these tragedies. We certainly saw this with Fukushima in Japan. We saw this with the Christchurch earthquakes in New Zealand. When there's grieving families, people in need, they're homeless, they're hungry, they have a lot of very base needs, and by directing the money in the wrong direction, it certainly hurts them the most. In order to retain people's trust, to be comfortable with providing them with a credit card or recurring charges perhaps to help that charity over periods of time, need to have very serious security policies in place.
We have, at the time of transaction, a number of technology solutions in place where donors can be guaranteed that their gift will be secure.
Because the information is being sent out looking like it's from them, and there's no way for them to stop that information from going out. We can proactively often detect and know where that information is and prevent that fake communication from ever reaching your inbox or allowing your web browser to go to that site so that you can't be victimized.
Internet fraud, these types of schemes, I'm happy to say, have never impacted the work on the ground. But on the other hand, it may breed some skepticism in the minds of donors about giving online, which is what we don't want to have.
People are confusing the idea that there was fraud associated with this tragedy, that somehow that might be, tarnishing their name, even though they didn't do anything wrong.
Who benefits as a result of charity fraud? A, the victims of disasters. B, the people who put in false claims as the result of a disaster. C, the charities who raise funds to help people in disasters. Or D, people who give money to charities. The correct answer is B. The only people who benefit as a result of disaster fraud are the fraudsters themselves. Fraudsters find ways to make money from charities, government programs, and insurance.
I think we have a lot better organized effort to combat the fraud that is associated with that very, very early on.
People are charitable. They are inherently philanthropic. But the good news is you can align yourself with a charitable organization whose mandate and mission it is to fill those gaps for something that you're so very passionate about. Doctors Without Borders wants to assure all its supporters that this is not only safe, but ideal way to give.
These days, we do conduct business on the internet, and there's ways to do it properly. Do I delete emails without opening them? Absolutely, I do. And I advise people to do that. If you don't know who sent you that email, delete it.
Now, we want to hear from you. So Fraud Squad takes it to the streets to hear some of your stories.
One time I was in Bangkok, and it was right after the tsunami, and they tried to set up all these like fundraisers and stuff, and they had a television there that was showing clips of the tsunami. And what that was a diversion for people to get together and watch television as 3 or 4 guys would go around pickpocketing the people that were watching the TV, all these clips of the tsunami relief.
Yes, just this week, my girlfriend, who's a school teacher, we were just getting back to school, and she was at the bank machine, and she noticed 2 girls were sort of watching her at the bank machine, and she didn't really think anything of it, but they were acting a little odd, and then she went down to the subway, and one of them bumped her, and a few minutes later, she noticed her wallet was gone, and she just put on Facebook, seconds later, all her money was taken out of her bank account.
This was, what happened is I got a phone call one night during the Leafs playoff games, and the guy said he was my neighbor's son across the street. He was in Winnipeg. He'd been in a fight. He was in jail. He couldn't tell his dad. Could I go out and send him some money? Because I thought, hey, it's the kid across the street. He then told me to go to Money Mart. I went to Money Mart, transferred the money. The next day, I see his dad out fixing my car. And I said, is Bob back? And he said, what do you mean is Bob back? Bob's never left. I said, hang on, Bob was in jail out west. I just sent him $300 and I've come to get my $300 back. He said, Bob's been in the house all the time. He's never come back. He says, you just got scammed.
I sent money to my roommate over Western Union. And when she went to pick up the money, it was gone. And it was like 2,500 British pounds. And then when we went to kind of talk to the police about it, they found out that there were a lot of different people being scammed out of money from this particular Western Union location, and they shut it down.
I was working at a charity event in downtown Toronto, and 2 girls who were running the 50-50 draw, they were volunteers at the event as well, took off with all the money at the end of the night, and nobody had any contact information for them, so they literally walked away as thousands of dollars.
Hello, I'm Tom Natchu. In this episode of Fraud Squad, we're going to look at a fraud that involves something that many of us use just about every single day, our automobiles. Now, when you buy a used car, you don't expect that it will threaten the lives of you and your family, but unscrupulous auto shops will sell you a car that either has defective airbags or simply none at all. Now, victims of this fraud have been seriously injured in crashes, and as you'll learn tonight, some of them have even lost their lives. Now, you think it can't happen to you? Well, according to one estimate, as many as 1 in 25 used vehicles may not have properly functioning airbags, and one of them could be yours. But first, we're going to show you another type of vehicle fraud that can leave you financially ruined. There are dealers who will take your extremely expensive RV onto their lot and promise to sell it on consignment. Now, these unscrupulous dealers end up pocketing the money and leave you holding the bag. But as ever, there are ways to protect yourself and your family, and tonight, we're going to show you how.
In all the time I've been in business, and I've dealt with people on the other side of the world, the one guy that's beaten me lives 70 miles away from me.
I believe that there's probably over 100 victims that actually were affected by him.
There's a lot of money that he made, and I think greed is probably the biggest motivator here.
The amount of money that we're aware of that Mr. Earl defrauded people of was over $2 million.
85 charges of fraud, over 5,000, and 9 counts of fraud under.
What I just, felt violated.
There is nothing like leaving everyday stresses behind and hitting the open road. The carefree life of RV traveling is being embraced by those seeking freedom and adventure. For many, those happy times became a nightmare they'd soon rather forget when Donald Earl a cunning RV salesman entered the picture.
Mr. Earl had a couple of different schemes, if you will. One of them was he would agree to sell your RV on consignment, and he would sign a consignment agreement with you. And in most cases, there was a written consignment agreement. So he would go to a local Ministry of Transportation office and pretend that he needed to get a new permit for a vehicle, and then under false pretenses would ask for one, pay the $10 or whatever the fee was to get one, and then convert the vehicle for his own purposes and not have any intention of paying the consumer the monies that they were owed for their vehicle.
I own a business. I had originally purchased a recreational vehicle to use as a mobile showroom.
We like to travel when we retired. One of our goals to get around and see, especially because we are immigrants and there are so many places in this big continent we haven't visited.
Point came where I wanted to sell it because of the type of vehicle it is. It's not you just go down to the local dealership and move it out.
It had a trailer that was about 9 years old, in good shape, except it had started to take in water through the roof. I found Mr. Earl's address through the yellow pages in the phone book and phoned them up and told them that I need some repair done on my trailer. And whether they would do that. Oh yes, sure, come on over. And I took the trailer over and had them look at that, and the first thing they said, do you want to sell it? If the price is right, I may consider it. I sell it at 10,000 or better, then I would go ahead and sell it. Sure, that should be easy.
Wheels started getting in motion, agreements were signed. They took possession of the vehicle physically. When they took possession of the vehicle to drive it up to the lot, he said, well, where's your ownership? Well, no, I'm keeping the ownership. Put it up on their lot, and as people went by, it was being shown to prospective customers.
On the traffic in there, potential buyers, and the amount of merchandise, it looked as if it was 100% solid. So I never thought this could be a dubious business. We drafted a contract in the amount of $10,000. So just leave it with us and we'll take good care of it.
I did inquire, he's phoned in a couple weeks, I'd phone in a couple weeks, and there seemed to be some people looking at it. And so anyways, there was an opportunity I had to travel past that location on other business. On the way back, I would drop in and take a look and see if it was there. Well, when I got there, the vehicle wasn't on the lot. You could smell that there was trouble.
How many recreational vehicles are estimated to be in North America? A, 1 million, B, 8 million, C, 10 million, or D, 12 million? The correct answer is B. 1 in 12, or 8.3% of the vehicle-owning households own an RV. This represents approximately 8.2 million households.
When I got there, the vehicle wasn't on the lot. You could smell that there was trouble. With that knowledge that it wasn't there, I went to one of the kiosks that the Department of Motor Vehicles has, and for $20 got a report that said that I didn't own it anymore.
Complaints started to come in about Mr. Earl and the Barrie RV sales. At the time, there was just a few complaints.
Nothing happened for a month or so until I started thinking, shouldn't they have sold it now, since they said it would be an easy sell? And therefore I phoned the company and they said, no, it hasn't been sold yet. I started hearing some rumors about something not being right out there.
It appeared that there was a wide-scale problem with this consignment sales place.
Imagine your surprise when the vehicle you left at a dealer to sell is nowhere in sight. Customers visiting the lot can't find their trailers, and Mr. Earl is also hard to find. Willie convinced the receptionist to give him Donald Earl's cell phone number, but all he got was more lies.
He then said, oh yeah, the trailer had just been sold yesterday. I asked him whether then the secretary could go ahead and write us a check, which he said he couldn't, because according to the contract, they had 30 days to pay us back.
The facts I had in front of me indicated that there was a fraud. And as far as the government was concerned, as far as the Department of Motor Vehicles was concerned, I did not own that vehicle. Okay, now why don't I own the vehicle? Well, you signed the ownership. Well, I didn't sign the ownership.
Well, there were also circumstances where Mr. Earle's modus operandi was a little different. And what he would do is he would sell someone a vehicle, but that vehicle's lien, the existing lien from the original purchaser, had never been satisfied. So you buy the good in good faith, thinking that you have ownership of it and free and clear entitlement to it. And it turned out in a lot of cases, he never paid off the original finance company. So consumers were confronted in some cases with a knock on their door or a phone call from a finance company saying, I'm sorry, but this vehicle's liened and you owe us. And in some cases, the amount of money that was owed was, you know, $70 or $80 or even more $1,000.
When Mr. Earle came to our attention that he was possibly defrauding a fair amount of people, investigation team began with search warrants for his business, production orders for bank accounts, several dozen victim statements.
The reality is that I was behind the 8 ball. Well, you phone the insurance company and you tell them that, you know, what's transpired, and they go, oh, well, we'll send that off to the claims department, and they came back and goes, we cover you for theft, but unfortunately this is fraud, and we don't cover you for fraud, and thank you very much.
Mr. Earle was very convincing. He was very quick on his feet with responses to questions from consumers.
30 days came and went, and Willie had heard nothing from Donald Earle or the RV dealer. Willie took the matter into court, and he sued.
I came into the court, and the judge awarded me the full amount that Mr. Earle owed me. It was, of course, a question how to get the money, and there the court told me point blank that that wouldn't be easy. That was up to myself to get the money out of him. Mr. Earle had started a business in a smaller town. My son and I then went there to confront him and serve him the papers. My son then looked around, and that's when he approached him and said to him, hello, Mr. Earle, how are you? and who are you? And then my son just said, here you are, these are the papers that are served upon you to come to court. And Mr. Earle then took the envelope with the papers, and he just ripped it and threw it on the ground with quite an attitude. No remorse, for sure. And that was when I realized I might as well forget the whole sorry story. Being a retired person on a fixed income, $10,000 does hurt.
We were able to arrest him in September of 2005. On the 19th day of September 2005, it was a trial date for Mr. Earle, and we had very credible, very honest victims that I think at the end of the day, when Mr. Earle saw everything piled against him, he pled guilty to 85 charges of fraud over $5,000 and 9 counts of fraud under $5,000. Mr. Earle received 3 years in a federal penitentiary and a restitution order of $2.6 million to the victims.
I think Mr. Earle was driven by greed. I think Mr. Earle did not have a conscience.
Somebody does something to you, and you can either sit back and say, lesson learned, or fight back.
Make sure you run a used vehicle information package so that you can verify whether or not there are liens outstanding on the vehicle you intend to purchase. And make sure that if you did leave it there and the dealer is going to satisfy an existing lien, that they can provide you with proof that they actually have satisfied the lien. And certainly not leaving signed ownerships or powers of attorney that give anybody the right to transfer vehicles out of your name is very ill-advised.
Fraud is rivaling the drug trade right now, and the losses each year to victims all over the world is staggering.
If you place your mobile home up for sale at a dealer, how can you ensure that it hasn't been driven or rented without your knowledge? A, check the odometer. B, ask the dealer. C, measure the tread on the tires. Or D, install a GPS to track trips. If you place your mobile home up for sale at a dealer, How can you ensure that it hasn't been driven or rented without your knowledge? The correct answer is A. Although all of these suggestions are good advice, the best answer is to record the odometer readings when you deliver the vehicle to the dealership.
1 out of every 5 salvaged vehicles this has happened to.
Saturday night, coming home on a 2-lane country road, and unfortunately his friend fell asleep at the wheel, and Bobby took the impact of the other car that hit them. Bobby died immediately. When the police did their investigation, they told me that the airbags had been stuffed with paper.
I think the profit and the greed overcomes any other human compassion that they may or may not have. People have been killed or maimed as a result of this type of fraud.
It shocked me to find out that this is absolutely a common practice, that people do this every day, that they don't even think twice about it.
Our son Bobby was a very active 18-year-old. Grew up in a rural community outside of San Diego. He had a lot of enthusiasm for everything he did, and he loved to fish. And he had a very good friend who he'd known for almost all out through school. His parents bought a truck for him.
Arnold Parra owned a body shop, and he would just fix vehicles, but as a side business, he decided that he would go to these auction places and buy salvaged vehicles and fix them up and sell them.
My husband and I went out that evening, that Saturday evening, and we thought Bobby was going to be staying home. And we told him, okay, be good, you know, and don't have too many friends over. And when we got home, his car was there, but he was gone. He was out with his friend Waylon at some friend's house in another rural community.
We gotta make sure we bring some of their spices up, because now I know how to barbecue.
Coming home on a 2-lane country road. And unfortunately, his friend fell asleep at the wheel. Bobby took the impact of the other car that hit them. I understood that Bobby died immediately. When the police did their investigation and I talked to his friend's parents, they told me that the airbags had been stuffed with paper.
When Mary came to me and told me about what happened to Bobby and that there was basically garbage stuffed into the airbag compartment, my heart just sank. I just felt that this was absolutely wrong. Arnold Parra, the one who owned the body shop, told Bob Blocker that, you know, he got a vehicle in mint condition, that it had not even been in a front end accident, that it was only in a very small rear end accident. Arnold Parra saw this vehicle. He absolutely knew the airbags had been deployed. He consciously lied to a very close friend of his about what had happened to that vehicle.
Since Bobby's accident, we've learned that this is very common in salvage vehicles.
What the criminal element would do would be take this bag, take the cover off and glue it, and then stuff it full of whatever they had at hand. Close back up, and if you didn't really look at it closely, you may not notice that it's a deployed airbag.
What's a quick way to tell if the airbag in your new-to-you used car may have been tampered with? A, check the trim over the steering column to see if it's any different from the rest of the car. B, ask the mechanic if the airbag is okay or not. C, ask the prior owner of the vehicle. Or D, wait to get into a crash and hope the airbags were replaced. The correct answer is A, check the trim. The first step in detecting an airbag fraud is a visual inspection of the car interior. If you detect imperfections in the areas where airbags are located, demand that a qualified professional check the airbag system.
A shop like this can turn out hundreds of vehicles a year where they don't replace the airbags. And that's just, if you just look at one vehicle, they may be saving $3,000. They could be making, $300,000 by telling people that there are airbags in it when there's not.
Vehicle history report can help alert you to the potential of a prior airbag deployment through accidents and service records that have been reported to us. The beauty of the Carfax system is that we gather information from 34,000 sources, so you don't have to. In this particular instance, this vehicle started its life in California and very quickly was involved in a major accident. The airbag deployed, and it was declared a salvage title or issued a salvage title by the state of California. Prior to the creation of the Carfax system, the used car purchaser in Wisconsin would have had no access to that information, wouldn't have known that that vehicle had been previously titled in California and issued a salvage title. This particular salvage title was reissued, and this car is currently being operated in Indiana.
The problem with this situation is that you do not even think about it, whether your airbags are working or not, unless you're in an accident and unless you absolutely need them. And at that point, it's usually too late.
Take you through some of the points that you need to look at and some of the easy things to spot when a fraudster has been doing his normal work and trying to deceive you, the unsuspecting car buyer. In the dashboard area where the passenger bag is, you look for any abnormalities, any creases, any tears, any obvious repairs, seams that don't look like factory. And the same goes for the driver airbag. Make sure that there's no tears, make sure that the horn works, look for any creases in the headliner, handles, grab handles that are broken, any damage to the sun visors. If it's had a deployment, there's a lot of plastic in these cars, and a lot of the plastic gets damaged. Side airbags are usually mounted in the seats. That's the favorite place for a lot of the manufacturers. There is a seam here. I've seen people where they've sewn up the airbag deployment seam, and you can see that because it doesn't look like factory stitching.
Arnold Parra never took responsibility for this accident and what had happened to Bobby. The jury, they awarded an amount for the loss of Bobby, but they awarded $15 million in punitive damages against Arnold Parra. We got the verdict against him. We learned that he committed suicide in his shop. Only, I believe it was 18 days after the verdict.
We just go on and just hope that there will be a change and that someone doesn't have to die unnecessarily because of greed.
Hello there, I'm Tom Nachu. In this episode of Fraud Squad, we're going to introduce you to Mark Allen Eisinger. Now, he promised investors a 30% return on their investment backed by gold reserves that he held in his company, the Saxon Group. There were no gold reserves, and his investors lost more than $40 million. But first, we're going to examine another story about a financial predator. Ian Thau posed as a reputable investment advisor and built a larger-than-life reputation of success, philanthropy, and high living. Beautiful mansion, private jets, the finest wines are all part of his scam. And as we've seen before, this was all on the backs of innocent victims. He bilked millions from his so-called clients, leaving some of them destitute.
We're talking about tens of millions of dollars here.
There was a lot of trust with Ian Thao. If you go back, Ian Thao knew a lot of these people from many, many years ago.
Meet Helena and Shirley, two sisters who were enjoying a modest retirement living in their small home. That is until Ian Thao came into their lives and created a financial disaster, all based on fraud.
I've never hated anyone in my life before. I do hate Ian. At one point, we were up over $1 million. Our money dwindled because of the crash, and that was part of the reason Ian asked us to go to Berkshire. He said, I will have more freedom, I can buy more product.
He went to his clients and he said, you've lost money on mutual funds. I would like to provide you with some alternative.
I said, fine, Ian, if you feel that way, we trust you. You know you're our friend. We'll go with you.
People writing checks to him personally, to his companies. They were meeting him in coffee shops, in his, he had a big Hummer SUV there, doing transaction in his truck. There was no transactions actually being done in his office, which would make sense.
When we were first approached and when we filed the original documents, we had a list of, I believe it was 80 creditors, just over $40 million.
We determined it was two schemes. In the first scheme, he convinced many of the investors to invest with shares of the National Commercial Bank of Jamaica. He lived a very lavish lifestyle, and he stated it was because he invested in a lot of these shares. He had 4 planes. 3 of those were jets that he actually owned or had part ownership in. He had at least 1 helicopter. He had a second he was using as well.
He took clients to a fishing lodge, and these were wealthy clients, and he asked the server for the most expensive scotch, and it's brought out, and it turns out to be $10,000 a bottle, and he makes a big deal of opening it up and tasting it, and then pronouncing it unsatisfactory and throwing the bottle over his shoulder, having a smash on the ground.
And we lost just about every cent we had. And he came to us one day and said, I feel so bad that you ladies have lost so much money. He said, I have a lawyer friend in Vancouver whom I myself am dealing with. Developers come to this banker and they borrow short-term money.
This came about towards the end of his scheming days. He was going to actually have them purchase these this short-term construction financing, and it was basically short-term, and for the first time he actually promised specific rates of return.
So he came to the house again and he said, this all has to go through me, like as if I'm the one giving the money to him. It'll be in my name, but he said, I keep very good records.
The people had to get extremely large lines of credit. Ian Thao was very good at making that a very efficient process for people. And a lot of people had equity in their houses, so they could use that as collateral, for a secure line of credit.
We had a widow who was convinced to take all the proceeds from her husband, the insurance policy from her husband's death, plus mortgaged her home. She lost everything, and she went from a widow with no financial worries at all to working at minimum wage as a sales clerk, renting in a tenement building. We had another individual. Once he got the news, he tried to commit suicide. His marriage broke down, and he's still being treated today for clinical depression.
We were just on the verge of asking him for our money when all of a sudden the bottom fell out and we started hearing these rumors. We tried to contact Ian. We phoned him and he would not return our calls.
When they knew something was happening, they actually had Ian Thao come over, and they surreptitiously recorded the conversation with Ian Thao, which I thought was brilliant.
How much is lost in North America each year to invest in fraud? $100 million, $5 billion, $11 billion, or $50 billion? Before the break, we asked, how much is lost in North America each year to investment fraud? Is it $100 million, $5 billion, $11 billion, or $50 billion? The correct answer is C, There are many types of investment fraud. An exact dollar amount is hard to pin down. Some estimates peg investment fraud at over $11 billion per year.
If anyone asks.
So when Ian came in, he sat down, and it's funny, he very often asked us if we were taping him. And no, we don't tape you, you know. But this day we did. It was quite revealing, I think, that I think on it sounds like fraud to me, what he said.
There's no reason.
The fact is he was still working for Berkshire, and the allegations are that Berkshire should have had more control, or at least more knowledge as to what Ian Thao was involved with, especially when it was very evident he was living this very lavish lifestyle. Berkshire did also step up to the plate. So Berkshire did in fact pay back many of the victims, I don't believe it was 100%, but they did pay back a lot of the victims, a certain percentage of their losses. The investigation started out with 26 victims.
The amount of money that Mr. Thao's victims were defrauded of was, we think, in the range of about $22 million. But at the end of the day, the charges that we ultimately laid related to around $10 million.
Mr. Thao was seen taking or receiving some of his personal assets across the border, across the US border. And again, that's what gave rise to our application to have an arrest warrant issued. Mr. Thao went down to the US and he immediately declared bankruptcy in the US. Were he able to go through the bankruptcy in the US and come out the other end and get a discharge, he would in effect be able to live in the US and not be hassled by the Canadians, because he could argue that his debts have been discharged in the US.
The U.S. Marshals and FBI were also very involved with doing surveillance, pinging cell phones. So they were very involved in this as well. They weren't just sitting back and waiting for the phone call. We had a provisional warrant plus an extradition request approved. He was arrested in Portland, and he waived the extradition, and then he was driven to the border. And at that point, our investigators picked him up at the border and brought him back here. At the end of the day, IMET only proceeded with 21 charges. There was nothing to seize, and the bankruptcy trustee went in and grabbed whatever he could. And at the end of the day, it was really, truly just the equity in the house.
He was banned from the marketplace and fined several millions of dollars. I think it was the record at the time. Basically, he's destitute now. He's bankrupt. And if it does nothing but keep him impoverished for the rest of his life, that's perfectly appropriate in my view, because that's the condition that he left many of his victims.
He didn't get away with what he did. Although they haven't got the money back, he has paid by being given a jail sentence.
A lot of people lost a lot of money, but certainly Helene and Shirley are probably the ones that suffered probably the greatest as far as both, the financial hardship as well as the medical hardship.
I had bypass surgery. Too much stress. No. Pressure. No.
My sister had a heart attack, which I blamed directly on Ian.
Okay.
And he just destroyed our life. We have no money. We hold this house together barely.
Mr. Thao is about to be released. I think today he presents the same risk that he did before. I have no reason to believe that he's not going to go up to someone else, even in the absence of registration, and lie to them and try and take their money.
Which investment fraudster is credited with saying, "I was making over $100 million a year"? Was it Charles Ponzi, Bernard Madoff, Gordon Gekko, or Kenneth Lay? Well, the correct answer is Bernie Madoff. He was quoted making that statement. His Ponzi scheme is estimated to have cost victims over $50 billion.
Total invested funds in the Saxon group of companies was approximately $40 million. Some of the people have put 100% of their saved money into Saxton.
There is no shortage of investment prospects. Equally, there's no shortage of unscrupulous investment advisors. As financial advisors, Robert Izinga's company sought out solid, low-risk investments for their clients. But as we're about to see, even the advisors themselves can be scammed by fraudsters.
I think about some of the clients and the things that we've experienced, right? So it's a difficult thing to talk about, and it's a very difficult thing to take.
Robert was introduced by his boss to an investment opportunity by the Saxton Group.
In our office, we had various investments that we offered, and Saxton became one of them as a suitable investment for conservative type investors.
Saxton Group, there was two main players. The lead on the main part of the company was Mark Allen Izinga, and he had a partner named James Sylvester.
The people that ran Saxton, they were very suave, had all the answers.
Shares that they were offering was primarily based on what was going on in Cuba, that they had this brewery, and their claims were that they owned this company, they were running it, and they also had a label printing business, brand new operation that they invested money in and built the building and so on. They were claiming that they were making 30% returns.
The way it was presented was a fixed dividend account, and it was the operations behind the company was the operations in Cuba and Bahamas. And so the operations were profitable from the information that we were told and were shown, and that was offered to the clients.
Rob approached me if I would be interested in investing my money with him, build up a clientele. And we knew Rob already for a long time, so we trusted him.
Oftentimes you'll hear, if it sounds too good to be true, it is. Well, this wasn't necessarily the case for this particular investment. At the time, if we compared it to, let's say, a bank, GIC or something, they were offering about 8.25% or in and around there. So Saxton was offering 10.25%.
They were getting 10.25% on their investment, but it was based on a 30% return on the businesses down in Cuba.
We were kept up to date how things were going down there, and to us it was all very legit.
So I invested my own personal money in excess of $200,000 in the company, and my family's money as well. I had other clients as well that invested in, or I would gear their money towards Saxton.
You want to pull out the other chart?
They made various public presentations. They were very well aware of where the money was going, because they were the ones handling the money. They were involved with the actual sales to the investors, to what the pitch was, and the fact that the pitch was inaccurate. There was the investors were not told the truth about where the funds were going. They weren't told the truth about the guarantees. There were no guarantees.
Things were running okay there. They showed us pictures. But see, it was another end where the money was disappearing, which we were not aware of.
People liked the registered retirement aspect of it. The investors did, that they could invest money in this corporation and get share certificates. They would all be held within a retirement savings plan, and had some kind of guarantees, because they had a bank was sending out the quarterly statements for them, saying, okay, then there's the bank's overseeing what's going on. There's some less risk involved. There's good returns being made, and sure, I'll put my money into that.
When they started to amalgamate the financials, there was a lot of delays.
Those funds were very difficult to trace. Approximately just under $6 million went to the Bahamas. We traced that. And then a large amount of money was spent on leasing vehicles, Porsche, several Mercedes.
We got the first letter that there were problems.
I think one feels very anxious when you get a letter like that. It brings up fear. How could we ever have gotten into this position?
That was kind of a holy crap moment, because it's like, whoa, what's going on? There's obviously some problems here, like big problems here.
I remember right away calling Rob, what's going on? And it went from bad to worse.
Rob had the heart-wrenching task of informing all of his clients of their massive financial losses.
For me personally, as an advisor, that was kind of my I looked at that, and your heart falls in your stomach, and you say, this very well may be a scam.
I had worked for 50 years never was unemployed, hardly ever sick or anything. And then all of a sudden you lose your job. And then you lose your money. On top of that, I felt guilty because I was the one who talked her into, investing.
You have to be careful then not to blame one another for something that in the first place they probably couldn't help anyway. But it's so easy to do in a moment of frustration or anger to do that.
My parents were receiving a kind of like a quarterly payment. So kind of the first, when everything was frozen, I had to say to them, listen, the quarterly payment that you're receiving, we can't receive right now, we have this freeze on. It's a difficult thing to talk about, and it's a very difficult thing to take and experience.
One way to tell if an investment is legitimate is to take a look at the company's website. If the website is professional looking, the investment must be sound. True or false? Well, the answer is false. Fraudsters have been known to create false websites to fool investors. Make sure you check an investment out thoroughly before parting with your hard-earned money. After the Saxton Group assets were seized, investors started having meetings. Lawyers, shareholders, and accountants were trying to see what avenues existed to try to get their millions of dollars back. Upon further research, they discovered that any monies put into Saxton were almost untraceable and almost certainly long gone.
There was a statement that came out from, I think it was KPMG, that had audited the operations, and it showed that the assets were only worth about $5.5 million or something, and they could only account for about $10 million of $40 million.
We found out how many people had invested and what kind of people. Then we learned that lawyers had and doctors had, and I thought, well, if they did, well, and I did too, maybe I shouldn't be too hard on myself in thinking, how dense could you get?
Surely all the money can't be gone. And, we have monthly statements, we had quarterly statements, we had all these documents that we thought justified or that the investment was real. A lot of sleepless nights, you can't believe it. You look back and you think, one, you feel a huge amount of guilt. So you're looking at it and you're saying, my first concern wasn't really for myself and my family so much as it was for my parents and a lot of the family and friends that had invested in the company.
The police had a difficult time trying to find people to testify because so many of the victims were friends of the financial advisors. And they're the ones that encouraged them to invest in Saxon in the first place. And even after all of that happened, their friends didn't want to turn them in or get them into any further trouble.
A lot of people were nervous about testifying in court. A lot of people were embarrassed. Dealt with a person they trusted, and they didn't want to get that person in trouble. They were both charged in 2003. Unfortunately, Mr. Sylvester died shortly before the preliminary hearings were to start, and Mr. Izinga entered a plea of guilty in November of 2005, before any witnesses were actually called. So Mr. Izinga was sentenced. He received 8-year prison term, and at that time a $35 million restitution order was made. He appealed those decisions. His sentence of 8 years was not changed. It remained, and the restitution order was amended to $20 million based on the argument that he was unable to pay.
It's not unusual for life to give you detours, so this was one that we had to learn to deal with. Yes, there's the loss of dreams of, well, when we retire, maybe we can do such and such. But after we lost the money, that was not possible anymore.
The one thing that this experience has really taught me, there are some people that truly value the relationship over money. And those are the people that helped me get through it, that really emphasize the fact that they realized that they trusted me and that I didn't violate their trust, and that they understand and realize that I also was a victim. And those people and those relationships really help you get through.
Hello, I'm Tom Natchu. In this episode of Fraud Squad, we're going to meet Jeffrey Butler, a real character who established close personal relationships with his clients, guiding them into sound and secure investments for years. He became like family to his clients and gained their utmost confidence. But once the trap was set, Jeffrey Butler steered their trust and money right into his own business ventures and bank accounts. Little did they know, he was the most untrustworthy man they would ever meet.
Mr. Butler was operating what I characterize and the jury found to be a Ponzi scheme.
He had their money already under his control by the late 90s.
He specifically targeted elderly, but he targeted elderly people that were in frail health.
I look at my bank account, there was no more bank account.
Mr. Butler raised over $12 million from very senior citizens.
And I uncovered another 113 to 120 victims that were investors in this case.
Jeff Butler, the quintessential con man. He entered the lives of his victims by becoming close personal friends, visiting his clients on a regular basis and often bringing gifts.
My father-in-law had inquired about a free living trust. He had seen an ad, I believe, in a newspaper, and that's when he initially first met Jeff Butler.
The reason why he was creating these wills and trusts for free was to give him the ability to acquire the personal information of each of the investors.
So he knew how much money they had. He knew where the money was. So it made it very easy for him, after building up this trust, to then go ahead and start moving that money from legitimate investments initially over into the fraudulent investment.
Jeffrey, I think that you owe me some money. Last week's game?
You don't forget a thing, do you, George?
No, I don't.
He befriended my dad like he did everyone. And he did this by understanding what my dad liked. He liked to gamble. So Jeff, to get really close to my dad, would talk to him every single football game, every single baseball game, because my dad would love to bet $5 or $10 a game.
I'll give you Miami on a, what was that, 5-point spread?
I thought we were friends.
He constantly did this and got closer, and he was able to talk to him very, very often.
Come on in, Jeff. Good to see you, buddy.
How we doing?
Good to see you.
And he would come by on Thanksgiving and give him a turkey. He would just drop some steaks off periodically, and my dad just thought that that was over the top.
Did you catch that game last night?
Oh, I did, yeah. I think I won some money. Just for me?
Yes, New York.
New York. Oh, come on in.
Clean trip, the way you like.
My father-in-law had quite a bit of money in savings, and he was always interested in trying to, make the best out of his money. So Jeff encouraged him to make some investments.
He then puts them into legitimate businesses, knowing that that's going to gain even more trust, and they were getting regular checks.
Well, it's a new investment. It's ground floor, so this is really a prime opportunity.
The first time was 50, then I think it was 100, and then the final thing was another 100, and then he chased that 100 with another 100 at the end.
Now, the first investment or types of investment that he would sell to these senior citizens was an annuity, which is a relatively sound investment. It was then, he then eventually moved him over into a legitimate company, which became the Ponzi, and that was a company he owned and he operated.
A senior citizen has a portfolio of nothing but bank CDs bearing 3 or 4%. He can get them an 8% return on a life insurance annuity and at the same time get a nice fat fee in return. And what the seniors didn't realize is that these annuities, you had to be in them for at least 2 years, where Butler was pulling them out at the 1-year mark to get them into this medical capital investment, where he again would realize a fat 10% finder's fee each time.
There was a penalty associated with freeing up the funds from the insurance company, which the investors were never told about.
Butler is receiving fat, juicy payouts each time. He was making upwards of $800,000 a year.
And his whole modus was that they would die before he ever had to worry about paying anything out.
Dad, can I see you for a second, please?
He actually caused rifts between my father and I.
Dad, listen, this guy I don't trust. Do not
invest your money with you.
But I've already invested my, you know that.
Jeff knew that I knew that something wasn't just absolutely perfect to get this kind of money when these interest rates weren't out there. I just knew something was wrong. So my dad, knew that I really wasn't a fan of Jeff's.
So we were talking, so
I don't want to overstep my bounds, but as your friend, your son really isn't an ideal person to be talking with about investments. I mean,
What are some steps that should be taken before you give your money to an investment advisor? Ensure the advisor is registered with the appropriate government agency. Check to see if the investment advisor has any complaints registered against him or her. Check his professional credentials with a licensing organization, or all of the above. Well, the answer is D. All these steps are helpful to determine if you're dealing with a reputable investment advisor.
Jeff tried to influence my father-in-law in not to listen to Kirk if Kirk gave him advice. He, said that Kirk was not experienced in finances in this area. You shouldn't be listening to him. He's not going to be guiding you correctly. Jeff had got him to invest a couple $100,000.
well, we're looking at probably 3 times.
When your father doesn't believe you, when somebody has the ability to actually get into a family and split a family apart by acting like they're the supreme person and they're the one that you should be trusting. Because I would see him come over and be a friend right to my dad's face and then take this money and do whatever he wanted with this money.
He went specifically after senior citizens who were supposed to be in the golden years of their life, had saved for retirement for that specific purpose. And he turned around and stole every dime that they had and literally put them in poverty.
Jeff was not calm as much, and then towards the end of the year, he got a letter in the mail from Jeff saying, unfortunately, everything that they had worked on had been lost.
My dad used to sit there and shake when he would think about Jeff Butler. It was horrible.
Shortly after, Keith's father passed away. Butler was able to successfully con over 120 retired individuals, but he underestimated one of his clients, 80-year-old Jose Ruano.
I spent weekends and many nights writing letters and looking into the internet for anyone that could help me. We invested in an annuity plan, invested quite a bit of money in there. About $256,000 altogether. I would land in Korea 7 days after the war got started over there for 9 months. Left there in 1951. Eventually the Vietnam War broke out and they volunteered my service over there. I had 4 tours in Vietnam.
He has commendations and recommendations. He took the money that he got while he was in the war zone, and he took that money and set it aside, never spent a penny of it. And he put it into savings so that he would have it for his retirement years. And now he gets to his retirement years, he invests with Jeffrey Butler, and everything he worked for is now gone. After a couple of years, he then changed the investment, offering to his investors an investment in a company that he created called Global Network Providers Grenada.
And I found out that the company was involved in communications, building a cellular telephone system network.
About 130 clients were already in another investment that he had going for them. He merely transferred their investment to this one under the premise of it's safe and secure, you'll still receive your same rate of return.
Much of the money was used for his own personal uses. It included several cars, very nice house in the San Juan Capistrano area, and basically just living a very high lifestyle.
He provided us with the newly written promissory notes. When I read the promissory notes from Global Network, I read and they were identical to the promissory notes from the MCC company. And I became very suspicious
And in September of 2003, Mr. Butler started to send out notices to his investors saying that he needed a delay in payment on their investments because of problems that were going on in Grenada. He continued to send these letters periodically until 2005, when ultimately he said, "Your investment is lost."
I received a call from Mr. Butler, and I brought out to him the fact that I wanted to seek legal advice. And he just laughed at me. He said, "So what?" So he's an attorney. "So what?" "Well, I need help. I need money right now, Mr. Butler." I said, "I'm pleading with you. I'm actually pleading for my own money." I said, "My dad is dying."
Could have visited.
So he said, well,
Absolutely.
I can't help that.
No.
But he wouldn't give me any money.
So it was like a financial homicide because now they don't have any money to live off of.
The range of dollar losses to the victims was as low as about $12,000 and as high as $700,000. But that's not a fair characterization of the harm and injury that was created by Mr. Butler. The gentleman who invested only $12,000 is a man named John Haug.
I had a small pension. I invested everything I had saved.
Mr. Haug today is probably 102 years old. At the time that he testified for a conditional exam, he was 99 years old. He was pretty much living hand to mouth. That $12,000 represented his total life savings.
The financial ruin that he caused is insurmountable. This wasn't, "Oh, by the way, I made a mistake." He deliberately targeted these people.
At one time, because of the shame that I felt that I thought about committing suicide.
True or false? Charles Ponzi was the very first person to commit a Ponzi investment scheme. The answer is false. Although Charles Ponzi is credited with inventing the scheme and is one of the most well-known fraudsters ever, historians tell us that this type of fraud dates back hundreds of years.
If it had not been for Jose Ruano, I firmly believe that Jeffrey Butler would still be doing what he was doing right now, and nobody would ever be the wiser as to what happened.
This is 2005.
This case was brought to our attention as the result of one particular investor. His name was Jose Ruano.
After I talked to him and he laughed at me, I was very bitter. I had gathered a number of documents from the FCC, the ECC, many governmental agencies. And I have checked into this guy. I also had him investigated. It cost me a lot of money to have him investigated.
Mr. Ruano is, in my opinion, an amazing individual with an incredible amount of tenacity. While he couldn't say specifically how it was fraud, he believed it was fraud.
I spent weekends and many, many nights writing letters and looking into the internet for anyone that could help me. I contacted the district attorney office in Orange County, and Mr. Fraser was very, very instrumental in helping me.
I arrived at Jose's house.
No. Thank you for coming.
And he took me over to the kitchen table where he had already had all the documents laid out in perfect little stapled, paper-clipped order.
Mr. Fraser came here about 2 or 3 times and made a recording over it, took several notes. He called me many, many times.
So at that point in the investigation, I have a pretty clear image in my mind that Jeff is targeting senior citizens.
I put all my life savings in.
The first time I went to Jeff Butler's house was in March of '05, and I met him on the driveway as he was coming out to pick up his morning paper. And I introduced myself. I told him that I was an investigator from the DA's office and that I was here to ask him some questions about some people calling me saying that they thought that they might have been wronged. Jeff Butler took me into his house and I asked him a bunch of questions about this investment opportunity that he had called Global Network Providers, and then we just retraced the previous investments that he had with this group of investors of senior citizens.
What I was saying is, you said you're an advisor, or you're the guy in charge, your principal advisor?
Well, I'll be the primary investment advisor in the company, yeah.
Okay.
In my facade of being a dumbed down investigator, was I wanted Jeff to admit to me that he was a principal of these investment ventures. I needed that from him.
This company thing, there's like there's higher ups and then there's you, or is it the other way around? Like what's your role?
Well, it's my company. I'm the principal.
You're the owner of the company.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the second time I went out there, I went with a group of investigators. He wasn't there to greet me this time, so I had a knock on the door. Peggy, his wife, was the one that came down, wanted to know why I was there, and I had to tell her I was there for a search warrant. She demanded proof of it, so I gave her a copy, and then she reluctantly let us into the house. Investigators went up, brought Jeff down from his bedroom as we searched the rest of the house. His wife was hysterical. She called me every name in the book. She was upset, she was crying, she had mood swings from high up to very low. He had all of the global network provider files, he had all of the living trust, he had all the investment material in his third garage in vertical file cabinets. So we took everything that was pertaining to any one of our 115 victims at the time. So it came out to be 500,000 documents. It took me about a year to put this case together. I believe we had a little under 900 charges that we charged him with.
Bernard Madoff committed one of the largest Ponzi frauds ever. What year is Madoff scheduled to be released from prison? Is it 2025, 2139, 2050, or 2183? Well, the answer is B, 2139. According to the U.S. Federal Bureau of Prisons, Bernie Madoff's scheduled release date is November 14th, 2139.
Everybody got a trust fund.
What kind of a sentence do you think Mr. Butler should get?
As we started to prosecute this case, we were dealing with a situation where many of the investors had already passed away.
One of the things that the DA did, which was very smart, was he interviewed the victims that were still living, and he got them on tape so they could play it in court, because they knew, because of the frail health of many of his victims, which most of them were, that a lot of them were not going to be alive by the time the trial ended.
When I watched that video for an hour of these people testifying of how they lost their money, my heart just broke. Tears were running down my eyes when an 84-year-old man said that he had to take a paper route.
I showed up at Jeff's house. I knocked on the door. Nobody answered. Finally, Peggy Butler answered the door. Seeing me again just put a spark of anger into her, and she proceeded to curse at me, and I said, I'm coming in anyway, so let us in. So we were able to get inside the house, and it's a very large house, so we break up and we go about clearing the house with the other investigators. We handcuffed him, and then we took him downstairs to a sheriff's unit that was waiting for us, since they had the caged back door. And we placed him into the car, and then the sheriffs, the Orange County sheriffs, took him to Men's Central Jail here in Santa Ana.
When we appeared in court the first time, after the judge entered the chambers there to the court, he asked me if I could identify Mr. Butler, and I immediately pointed him out with my index finger. I didn't hesitate to point him out.
His defense was that he was as much a victim as anyone else. He believed that the investment in global network providers, as well as the other investments, would result in hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue and income. While Mr. Butler may have had the ability to make a choice, an intelligent choice, whether to get involved in an investment such as that, these victims were never given a choice.
This was a 9-month-long trial. He was found guilty on 690 counts.
As it stands right now, Mr. Butler will have to serve at least 1/2 of that 90-year sentence, meaning that he has to serve at least 45 years. Mr. Butler essentially received a life sentence, and it means that if he gets out, he'll be placed in the same position as his investors who lost their life savings.
In the Butler case, there was 127 victims. And what happened in this case is that almost to everyone literally is now penniless. He stole every dime they had that they had saved for their retirement years. Their golden years became a nightmare.
When you look at work all your lifetime, you have no opportunity to gain that money again, to make that money again, never again. Right now, I have a box, a cardboard box, with receipts of checks, promissory notes. They are worthless. That's all my mistakes. Despite of all the troubles I had, she always stood by me. Always very faithful, always next to me. When I fell very much in the dumps, she was always there to help me, give me a helping hand. And I would never be able to find a wife like that if I live 1,000 years.
Hello, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to Fraud Squad. Now, we've all received letters in the mail inviting us to enter lotteries, sometimes promising you a win if you just follow the instructions properly. Now, most of these are very poorly produced and often quickly discarded, but there are some very professionally created and look very authentic. James Ray Houston is a hard-working fraudster who specialized in lottery fraud. He masterminded an international scam that targeted primarily elderly individuals, victimizing thousands.
The amount of victims in the case were overwhelming. I would say tens of thousands of victims. The checks, we found that out from the checks, and we found that out from the mailings that were sent out, but tens of thousands of victims were in this scheme. We were able to determine that they took in from the victims was over $20 million.
The role of the United States Postal Inspection Service is to investigate postal offenses and civil matters related to the Postal Service.
The case against James Ray Houston involved what we'd commonly call a lottery scam. That was at least the major component of it. Under the scam, there were 5 defendants who we charged, who got together, who engaged in a sophisticated effort to steal money from vulnerable victims in the United States and Canada.
The case began when I got information from a bank investigator in relation to one of their customers had been writing checks to lottery organizations, and the relatives of this individual had become suspicious that those lottery organizations might not be legitimate.
With enough information to warrant an investigation, Postal Inspector Sherry Delaney teamed up with IRS agent Timothy Nugent. Nugent pursued the financial trail and was able to quickly ascertain where the money being sent to the lottery fraudsters was actually coming from.
The IRS agent and myself knew all their checks were in the same bank account, going to the same bank account.
The reality of the situation was this was a total scam. While people believed that they were giving money to enter into lotteries and had chances to win millions of dollars, the fact of the matter is they had a chance to win nothing because the defendants kept all of the money for themselves and spent it on themselves and never invested a dime of the money they received from their victims in any chance to win any lottery. James Ray Houston was the principal architect of the scheme at issue in this case. Starting way back in the 1980s, and we know he became involved in this particular scam no later than 1990, he set up the companies in Costa Rica that mailed out the solicitations for the lottery.
James Ray Houston was so good at creating these bogus lottery mailings that thousands of people sent in money thinking they were entering actual lotteries. In fact, their money went straight into the pockets of Houston, his son Sonny, and partner Dennis, instead of the intended use, to buy lottery tickets.
My name is Dennis, Emmett, my function is to generate the leads, mail out the postcards, and handle it through the first two promotions.
Yeah. Now start that last paragraph.
Really depends on how good your postcard is. That's what you really got to go for. The first postcard, you can expect up to maybe 10% to go on a postcard with a $3 offer. Once somebody sends you money, it's hard to get us to stop mailing to you. We would tell people they're playing lotteries, and they weren't. We were just giving them back a little bit of their money to get them to come and play some more.
The IRS agent that I met with, he's the one that actually researched the financial aspect of the case, and he was able to ascertain where the money was going and coming from.
From some of the bank accounts, we were able to obtain other people that were sending checks into this company, and the checks in the account showed multiple names, whether it was Irish Sweepstakes or Eurofund, and it just didn't fit what a legitimate company should be.
Inspector Delaney then began the long and emotionally draining task of meeting with the victims in order to track down the origin of the lottery solicitations. Sadly, every victim was elderly, and breaking the news to them was not easy.
All of them were elderly people that we encountered, and we would interview them why they sent the check. Many of the people believed that they were going to win money.
What's the quickest way to determine if a lottery prize notification is a scam? If there are spelling errors in the letter or the email you received? You never entered a lottery, so it must be a scam. You have to pay a processing fee to obtain your prize. The lottery is sponsored by well-known international companies. Before the break, we asked, which is the quickest way to determine if a lottery prize notification is a scam? If there are spelling errors in the letter or email you receive? You never entered a lottery in the first place, so it must be a scam. You have to pay a processing fee to obtain your prize. Or the lottery is sponsored by well-known international companies. The answer is B. If you never entered a lottery, you can't win. That's the simplest way to tell that you're dealing with a fraudulent lottery scam.
The reality of the situation was that there was no money being invested in trying to win the Irish Sweepstakes or any other lottery. And in fact, the defendants pocketed the money after laundering it through Europe and back to the United States.
Each of the lotteries that we looked at, the Shamrock Agency, World Expert Fund, the Bunderschmidt, those were real lotteries. In this scheme, there was no real lotto. There were no real winners.
I received a solicitation in the mail, and return address showed a Shamrock, and it said something about sweepstakes, and it appeared to me to be a legitimate agency. So I bought the chances and entered.
8 different checks to play 8 different lotteries. And all I want you to do is send me 8 stamps so that I can mail them to you. So what you're doing is you're qualifying your people.
And of course, and with the winnings, the Lisa came back in the form of checks. Anything from $2 or $3, I think, to $15 or $20. And I was encouraged to reinvest those.
You make them think they're going to get a check. You can't cash the check. They can't use it for anything, but they can use that check as a supplement to the money that they're going to pay to play the lottery.
And at some point, I guess a few months later, what they offered was a pension plan. Said you can take your winnings and the winnings to date and augment that with a check here and there. And when you reach a level, and I believe it was $200 or $300, when you reach that level, the money will stay there for a period of time, and then you'd start receiving, I would start receiving a pension. The pension plan looked like an attractive investment because it would just give me some extra play money for vacation fund or perhaps gifts to the grandchildren or maybe little spot improvements to the house.
Victims, to participate in this pension fund, had to pay $1 extra upon every entry. They had to play, I think it was 3 times a month, a particular lottery. Some could contribute or play more, and a portion of that went towards this pension fund. It was somewhat of a savings account for these people. So even if they were not winning the lottery, they felt like they were going to get something back in the end for the people they cared about. The rules on governing the pension fund were so specific that no one could have ever obtained their winnings.
We never found any pensions being maintained. We never saw any winnings ever being paid because there was no lottery tickets ever being bought.
I never received any pension money. And in fact, I waited after this qualification period, the investment amount and the qualification period, and I waited a few weeks for the first pension check to come in, and it didn't, so I contacted them. But when I reached that point, and I did contact in writing, I contacted them by mail, and said, okay, now I've paid in enough. And they said, no, the level is such and such. And it was higher. And I said, that was the point at which I stopped.
Which of the following is not a real lottery? El Toro, Spain, the National Lottery, United Kingdom, Powerball, USA, or Mega Sena in Brazil? Before the break, we asked, which of these is not a real lottery? El Toro from Spain, the National Lottery from the United Kingdom, Powerball in the USA, or Mega Sena from Brazil? The answer is El Toro from Spain. The name of the National Lottery in Spain is El Gordo. El Toro is Spanish for bull.
During the interviews with these victims, it gave me an opportunity to talk to the victims and educate them that participating in foreign lotteries is illegal, that their participation solely was not allowed and should not have been happening in the first place.
I want to be clear. Playing foreign lotteries through the U.S. mail is illegal.
The other part of it was the finances, and that the money was being sent overseas, some to the Netherlands, where one of the schemers was, and a lot to Costa Rica, which was where the main schemers were.
Yes, because it appears to me to be very genuine. Are you sure?
More than 7,000 victims believed that the bank passbooks they were given reflected money they deposited for their pension. Instead, all the money went straight into the bank accounts of Houston and his accomplices.
There's no money.
They had sent in thousands of dollars in some cases. They believed was sitting somewhere in an account just for them, just for their families, so that they could obtain it at a later date.
I'm sorry.
When we interviewed several of the victims, we would ask, why did you believe this is real? What made you believe that you were going to get those winnings? Several victims would say it was the way it was written, the terminology, the font, the style.
One of the hardest things Inspector Delaney had to do on this case was to break the news to the elderly victims that their money was gone. One 91-year-old woman turned out to be a great help. She had kept meticulous records of every letter she'd ever received.
I went to the lady's house. She lived in an elderly care center in a very poor part of the city. I went to go see her, very nice lady. She said she was 91 years old, and I went to tell her what I was doing. I told her I was investigating the scheme, and I asked her if she played the foreign lottery. She goes, oh, yes. And I said, have you ever won? She says, no. Did you come to give me my money? I said, no. I said, how long have you played? She said, 4 years. I have the records. If you have money, I can show you. I have records. She opened up her closet door. She had kept every single letter in order on her closet shelf, every single one. She noted the date she wrote the check. She had written notes. Sometimes she even had copies of letters she had written to the company to say, where's my money? I'm waiting for my money.
Been investigating this for a while now, and it's just keeps happening. And they usually target the elderly.
But why wouldn't they tell me that? Why wouldn't they tell me they didn't want my money?
They do want your money. They just don't want to give you any money.
And then I tried to tell her and explain to her, this is a fraud. There is no money. You need to stop paying. She goes, no, I'm counting on it. She said she never sees her kids. She's all alone. She's counting on this money. She goes, sometimes I don't eat because I know I'm going to win this money.
Here's another one from another country.
How much money?
So I talked to her, and then as I'm trying to get her to understand this is a fraud, and she said, at least I have this, and showed me a passbook. She said, I have this pension fund. This is there even if I don't win. I have been playing for every single week. I have money for my grandkid. And she showed me this passbook. And I had to tell her that that was fraud too, and that there was no money to be had. My heart was broken.
A lot of the victims, they lost their livelihoods. They lost everything that they had ever worked for. So it's very important to us to make sure that we saw the case through, to really bring something back, so they at least had some sense of hope that law enforcement is really there on their side.
We do know that some of the money that stayed here on shore and in the United States was used to pay for property, to pay for colleges for their kids. But the money was primarily sent overseas, which is where the schemers were, and we weren't able to touch that money.
We just used the money to promote and to promote it more, put it back in, promote it more, and living. You can see people, their writing is just almost not legible. You can't hardly read what they're writing. 75–80% of the people that will continue playing with you. Little slow or not on the ball, no, that did not disqualify you. That's an addiction, just like your state lotteries are an addiction, but these people typically aren't out that much, I guess, to go to the lottery tickets. They feel like they belong somewhere, I think.
The organizer of the entire scheme, James Ray Houston, got a sentence of 10 years. Some of the reason that I believe he got a sentence that large was the fact that the victims wrote letters to the court talking about the impact of this scheme upon them, as well as some of the victims actually testified in court in front of the judge. During the sentencing of the main organizer, James Ray Houston, his attorney made a plea to the judge saying, my client is in a wheelchair, my client is elderly, my client is in poor health, he shouldn't receive such a great sentence.
In a lottery scam, fraudsters will tell you that in order to collect your cash prize, you have to pay various fees and taxes up front. True or false? Before the break, we asked a true or false question. In a lottery scam, fraudsters will tell you that in order to collect your cash prize, you have to pay various fees and taxes up front. The answer is true. The real goal of a lottery scam is to convince a person that they've won the lottery and that legal and other fees must be paid to collect the prize. These fees are completely bogus. After all, there was never a cash prize in the first place. Houston asked for leniency because he was in a wheelchair and he was elderly? The prosecutor told the court the irony of this man to make such a plea. The man preyed on people in his exact position. He preyed on those people who were elderly, preyed on those who were bedridden. He preyed on people who were not in good health. And he made money for years off these people.
In my opinion, the most repulsive and outrageous part of this crime is the defendants in this case, although they admitted their guilt, showed no remorse to me. I observed no sense that they had any ill feeling that they were hurting elderly people time and time again. To them, it was merely a business.
The victims, probably the most important thing to remember is if it's too good to be true, it's too good to be true. Get a second opinion before you do any of this.
I would like people to be more diligent when you're visiting the elderly, when you're visiting your relative. Pay attention, because they're not going to talk about it, and it's up to all of us to reach out and help them.
Inspector Delaney did a great job in investigating the Houston case.
Now, Fraud Squad is taking it to the streets to hear your stories.
My grandma has a subscription to a book company that tells her she's going to win $1 million, and they keep sending her these letters with fake checks on them saying that she's going to win, and she sends them money and buys products from them in the hopes that she'll win, but of course she'll never win. It's kind of like the lottery, but she really thinks she's gonna win, and they put her name on the check.
He bought a computer, and he was convinced this is a computer for $600 on Queen Street, and we opened it up at home, and it was a phone book. Yeah, and I mean, I believed it. Yeah, I said, for sure, that's a computer. I mean, how can you not believe the packaging was perfect?
Traveling through Hanoi in Vietnam, just got to be a bit careful of the taxi drivers. We turned up at the train station at about 3 a.m. in the morning, got what we thought was a pretty reputable taxi. Driving along, I'm studying the map, making sure the driver's not taking us a dodgy way. And the whole time he's sitting there, he's got one of his hands under his chair, just clicking this little button, and every time he clicks it, the meter goes up by another couple of dollars.
Somebody hacked into somebody else's email and sent an email to every one of their accounts that said, I'm sorry I didn't mention to you, I went to Spain on vacation and to do a course or something like that. And what ended up happening is I got mugged at the airport. Now I'm staying in my hotel, I'm in Spain at this time. Please send me 2,200 euros so I can pay my hotel bill and this and that and the other. And it's somebody you know, because they hacked into their email. It was like our building inspector or somebody that we would never, like, why would they ask us for money? Like, because obviously they don't know who's who on their list. They just email everybody. But yeah, that scam happened too, remember?
Hello, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to another episode of Fraud Squad. Now, we all know fraudsters can do some pretty reprehensible things to make a quick buck. You're not going to believe the depths to which this group of fraudsters went. In this story, we'll see how one cemetery director took advantage of grieving families who were only looking to bury their loved ones. This callous con lacks any compassion for either the living or the dead.
Now we have people who are stealing money from a cemetery and digging up deceased people and throwing them in the back.
That little moment of greed for that little bit of money has affected thousands of lives.
I went to the cemetery maybe 50 or 60 times looking for my family.
It was so horrible back there. It was bones sticking up out of the ground. Human bones, right on the surface.
Borough Cemetery has a significant historical importance to the African American community. The cemetery was started in 1927 at the concerns of African American leadership that there was no cemetery available to them that was not segregated at the end of their lives. There are several individuals buried there. Ezra Charles, the boxer, is buried there. The members of the Negro League, they're buried there. Individuals like Dinah Washington, The one that you hear about the most is Emmett Till. Emmett Till was the catalyst that started the civil rights movement. The story goes that he whistled at a white woman down in Alabama as he was leaving the store. He went down there for the summer, and he never returned alive. If we took the time to walk down the roads of Burr Oak and reflect on that history there and record it as we walk, we will find that there's a complete history book there.
In addition to its more celebrated deceased members of Burr Oak Cemetery, several other notable members of the African American community are buried there, including individuals who lived through a period of slavery. This was no doubt a piece of historical importance.
I have a baby, Shantae Godfrey, that's buried there, and I also have a father, Robert L. Gaddis, who was buried there also. She was born with a heart disease. She was born with tetralogy of Fallot. It's a disease where your heart is backwards. February 16th, she had a seizure. We rushed her to the hospital, and she never recovered. She was buried in Babyland. Babyland is a part of the cemetery where it's nothing but babies buried there, all babies.
In 2003, the new owners of the cemetery, a company called Perpetua Incorporated, hired a cemetery manager named Miss Carolyn Towns. What her employer did not know about her was that she was about to commit a fraud against them and their customers that would go undetected for several years. Ms. Towns came up with a sinister plot to make some cash, and a lot of it.
I'm so sorry about the loss of your husband. I'll try and make this as easy for you as possible. Okay? Discussed over the phone. These are the different options that you have, but I have a particular spot that would be great for you. Okay? Oh, okay. Okay? I'll do everything under $2,000. Thank you so much.
She convinced her groundskeepers to dig up old graves to make room for new ones.
There's a reason why I'm here and you over there, son. We got it now.
One by one, they disinterred the graves and loaded them onto their truck. They would move them to the back part of the cemetery where old foliage, excess earth, and refuse was disposed of. This area of cemeteries is known as the spoils. For several years to come, Miss Town and her accomplices would reuse this plot. Burr Oak Cemetery would later become known as a mass grave for hundreds of discarded coffins and bodies. Is a casket required for a direct cremation? Yes or no? Before the break, we asked, is a casket required for a direct cremation? Yes or no? Well, the answer is no. Caskets are not required for a direct cremation, and funeral home personnel should inform you of this. Unscrupulous funeral home operators may sell a family a casket when it's simply not needed. Suspicious of the bookkeeping, Marvin, a representative of Perpetua, Inc., was sent to the Burr Oaks office in Cooks County to investigate. He determined that there were serious discrepancies showing that revenue did not match the burials.
Have a seat. Have a seat.
Is everything okay?
No. I've been going through the books and there's a lot of money missing. And I have to hold you accountable. I'm gonna have to let you go. You know, I have to call the police in on this until we get this thing cleared up.
Martin reviewed the books and figured out that Mrs. Towns was stealing money.
You gotta come see this.
After firing Mrs. Towns, Marvin found that fraud and the missing money wasn't his biggest problem.
Sheriff Dart, this is Marvin over at the Berg Cemetery. I need you to get over here right away. You've got a problem.
4 people have been arrested by the Cook County Sheriff's Police in connection with a scheme that preyed on mourners at Burr Oak Cemetery in Alsop, Illinois.
Take the remains from that grave and dump them in an area in the back part of the cemetery.
But when I came back and I was walking across the field, I could see that, you know, there was a piece of bone, a piece of a casket, a piece of cement liner, all the way across the spoil area. And I immediately said to myself, someone's digging up deceased people and dumping them in the back of the cemetery.
And the examination of the grounds, within seconds showed us human remains that were laying scattered throughout.
When I first heard the news on Burr Oaks, when it first broke out on television, it's like I knew.
The number that was originally given out was about 300 graves were dug up. 300 is a lot of people. And when you have a loved one that's possibly buried there, automatically you think, well, maybe mine is one of those 300. Then it turned to 300 to 500, then it turned to maybe 1,000. And so when you got numbers like that, immediately the community is going to be incensed.
This is evil. I can't understand how someone could disturb the dead.
I went straight to the cemetery and I heard that the people there that I was seeing as I was going there all those years was arrested.
We had people coming from all over the United States because their loved ones were buried at Burr Oak to find out if possible there was some disturbance with their graves. At one time, that was the only cemetery that would inter African Americans, period. So everybody either knew someone or had family members there. And so the massive, emotions of crying and people feeling lost and angry, that whole emotion was so bad.
The suspects in the case would remove contents from the grave, including human remains. They would bring them to a spoil area like this. And then when the piles become so numerous, they would use the backhoe to spread the remains and other grave materials across so they were flat. So in other words, we didn't find intact bodies. They were kind of spread along the spoil areas. Or they would dig holes, deep holes, and push the spoil piles into the hole and then cover them. So that's why we were finding remains all the way across the spoil areas and below the surface.
I went to the cemetery maybe 50 or 60 times looking for my family. And no one could ever tell me anything that was where they were. We're gonna locate them, we're gonna find them. I never received a word on how to locate any of them.
When you buy a cemetery plot, is it yours forever? Yes or no? Before the break, we asked, when you buy a burial plot, is it yours forever? Yes or no? Well, the answer is no. Some cemetery plots are sold for a specific number of years, and there may be other sales conditions as well. Make sure you know what you're purchasing before you buy. Check the small print.
We had a whole lot of anger to the point of wanting to fight. Wanted to know if there were any of the employees of the cemeteries that were still there because they wanted to hurt them. If the sheriff wasn't there, if the sheriff employees weren't there, it would have definitely been a riot.
Primarily, it would either be the double stacking within one grave, or it would be the removal of the grave contents, grave materials containing a deceased human being.
Without any real rhyme or reason, there would be different times where they would use a truck to either push all the piles down or they'd use a bucket to sort of flatten them down themselves. All of that behavior making it very difficult to later identify people.
To see something of this magnitude, to touch a city the way it is so strange that it all comes from fraud and greed. Fraud and greed. And it's not acceptable.
Police investigators found several different frauds had taken place at Burr Oak.
This wasn't a quick 1 day or 2 day investigation. This was about 3 or 4 months. I mean, things were so bad here. When we initially came out here, I thought that there was going to be elements of this that were going to be straightforward, not easy, but straightforward. One of them was, I thought, certainly one of the easier things we were going to have occur here was finding out who's buried where and how many people are buried here. Just basic questions.
Take your men, cordon off this area, crime scene A, and you take another group, cordon off area B.
I, as God is my witness, assumed that there was a number to a state agency or maybe even a county agency that just tracked the burials. A very simple process. Who would imagine we don't? We don't.
From here all the way to this tree line up here, there was remains found everywhere. And we still, to this day, I was out here 2 weeks ago, and Jason and I found I don't know if it was a femur or it was a leg bone of some nature. We found one. Usually after a good rain, a lot more of the bones come to the surface.
Part of the motive of some of these individuals was that they felt that the cemetery was getting close to being filled and that they were going to be out of a job, and that the job paid very well for them. And this activity of desecrating graves and exhuming bodies further extended the life of the cemetery. So for that, it worked for them.
We arrested Carolyn Towns. She was the director of the cemetery. We arrested Maurice Daly, who was the backhoe operator. We arrested Keith Nix, who was the cemetery foreman, and his brother, Terrence Nix, who was the dump truck operator. The defendants in this case were charged with 8 felony counts, one being dismembering a human body, desecration of human remains, desecration of a grave, theft over $100,000, theft over $100,000 from a place of worship, removal of markers or headstones from a cemetery grounds, those types of charges. Carolyn Towns pled guilty to a sentence of 12 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections. And the other 3 defendants in the case are still going through the court process.
Carolyn Towns is in jail, but I still feel like she got an easy sentence. Her family knows where she's at. They know what she's doing. There's so many other families out there that still haven't found their loved ones because of her. All she can do is serve her term in jail. That's not gonna satisfy everyone.
Frustrated by the lack of help, Kaliz turned to Pastor Steve Jones to help find her baby and father at Burr Oak.
When we were on the grounds at Burr Oak, Kaliz came to me and she asked me about Babyland, because one of the stories that broke was that there was no more Babyland, that all the headstones were removed, and the sheriff's office did find headstones that were piled up in an area. She asked me would I help her find her child, and her child was in Babyland. So we went back we walked the grounds and I was with her, and there was no markers, there were no headstones, so we couldn't find it. Then she said, well, could you help me find my father? We went over that area. That area was somewhat disturbed, the same thing.
Kaliz and Pastor Steve could not find any markers to tell Kaliz at the time where they were. Kaliz started the long process of trying to find her baby and her father.
I've been waiting 2 years and no one ever called me. I would email, I would call, and I'd just be put on the list again for them to locate my daughter and my father. Then Reverend Jones called me, and he wanted to know did I find my loved ones, and I told him no. And he said that he was gonna make it necessary for him to go back to the cemetery, and he was gonna try to locate them, or at least tell me if they're there or they're not there.
Khalise and Pastor Jones continued their efforts and decided to bring in some heavy machinery to help search underground.
And he called me back and told me that they found my dad first. And then he went over to Babyland, and when he came back, he said that they found her also.
Some cemeteries will bury one coffin on top of the other in order to make better use of space. True or false? Before the break, we asked, some cemeteries will bury coffins one on top of another in order to make better use of space. True or false? Well, the answer is true. Some cemeteries will bury one coffin on top of another to conserve space. This is called double depth burial. The cemetery should tell you if they plan to do this.
It's been very devastating to the African American community in this area. But beyond that, it's also rocked the cemetery industry as a whole.
After this event occurred, we got a lot of inquiries from different people about the magnitude of what occurred, how it was allowed to occur. The one thing that I think people found out almost as a rule was that the cemetery industry around the country is just not very well regulated at all. There may be a couple of places where it's well regulated, but we didn't find too many of those.
To do something on that level, you can't have a respect for remains, loved ones that have passed on. You can't have a respect for the dignity of cemeteries, being a cemeterian, of the investment that families make in purchasing coffins and the whole process. You can't have a respect for that at all and just blatantly disinter a body and resell it to someone else for that little money. I always get asked the question, what do you think God has to say about this? Well, I could truly say God shed the first tear at that tragedy.
Now, we want to hear from you, so Fraud Squad takes it to the streets to hear some of your stories.
When they say that they're with Enbridge or something like that, and just that they're there to make sure that your furnace is running efficiently and your hot water tank, but they always tell you need it replaced, but they're really with a different company, and they usually have a uniform on and stuff like that, but I never let them, because who comes door to door? Like, anyone who comes door to door, no, don't do it. Like, it doesn't make sense, right? Like, they'll contact you by phone or something and make sure it really is your company. Otherwise, I would never trust anyone who comes to my door. Don't even answer the door.
But you have to be so careful. And especially with things like rentals or anything where you're giving a deposit, you've got to do your research. If someone gives you a contact number, find personal recommendations who've dealt with them in the past. Check contact numbers you've been given before you travel anywhere. Do every single piece of research you can. And it's not going to guarantee it, but if it does happen, you at least know you've done everything you can on your end.
Experience came with a travel agency from Calgary, which offered some great Florida experience, tourist experience, and unfortunately it was so true. You call them back to verify the telephone number, you call them back to get the order number, all information, everything. Very sophisticated way. They work on 3 levels, so they actually have telephone operators who answer the calls and everything. If you call within a week or 2 weeks to verify, they will still be there and picking up your calls. So they will send you confirmation number, they will email you all the information, the tourist package, everything, and you never hear from them again. It takes about a month, and they pull the strings for a month, and they totally disappear, and suddenly the number is gone.
I'm Tom Nachu. Welcome to Fraud Squad. In this episode, you're going to meet and actually enter the mind of a convicted fraudster. He used his brains as well as his charm to defraud many people out of their money, but more than that, he devastated the hearts of women he lured into the fraud, leaving a trail of financial ruin and broken hearts.
This whole relationship was a sham, it was a scam.
This fraud was not a victimless crime, and it left a path of ruin and heartache and bankruptcy and broken trust and sickness.
I'm convinced that he's a sociopath.
Always felt that I was on the periphery looking in.
There were hundreds of thousands of dollars collected.
His debt with my family alone was over $500,000.
He preys on single mothers, mainly with children.
I don't suspect that the people that I hurt are even close to being through this, to being healed.
Jeff Kent targeted women in order to make his fraud work. He created a fictional life for himself. He became a financially secure doctor and convinced women to help him develop a new business. The business included online hotel reservations and was all just a scam. Kent used the business to steal people's credit card information and left the women holding the bag.
I met Jeff. I was in a restaurant with my friend for dinner. After dinner, we moved to the bar, and Jeff was at the bar. He mentioned he was a doctor, but at the moment, he wasn't practicing.
I really didn't think that it was going to ever go on beyond that meeting, and I was really quite grandiose in the story that I told her. I told her I was a doctor.
There was this business at the same time he was doing.
I told her that I had this travel business that I was focusing on at the time, and I wasn't practicing. She believed me. She trusted me.
He mentioned that he has a daughter who is living in California, who is studying, had a wife, just passed away from cancer. At the moment, a family member has been battling cancer, and so it was kind of close to home and just kind of clicked right there. He could relate to what I was feeling, so.
She had been married before and had a 9-year-old son, and she lived a pretty hard life, and I think that when she met me, she had a lot of hope.
At the end of the night, we exchanged phone numbers, and just like any other single people meet, you know, at the restaurant, at the bar, at the movie. Just a normal scenario. She phoned me the next day, asked me out for lunch.
Kent now had one of his future victims. Kent asked Natasha on several dates, and after a few months, the relationship started getting serious. Or so Natasha thought.
He was a nice guy. He was a sweet guy. He was a caring person. He loved animals. For God's sakes, he adopted 2 pets for me. And that's what he does. That's his MO. He goes to family, he gets involved deeply. He goes to SPCA and adopts a pet. That just gets you all in a big, loving, happy family.
I had all the sort of trappings that a doctor would have, apart from being a doctor. I had a nice home, I had a nice vehicle, I lived a very somewhat lavish and luxurious life.
He would take people off medication and in front of me would give people medical advice and take stitches out. I mean, anything that a doctor would do. It's pretty surreal to watch him remove somebody's stitches or take them off like a psychotic medication.
He went on holiday maybe about 4 months into our relationship. He kept calling all the time, emails. It was like he was there all the time. Say that he would miss me and wants to see me again and can't wait until I get back. When I got back, he literally proposed to me that night. I felt like he was the one, just a great, nice guy, worthy to be a part of my life.
Kent and Natasha were married, and soon after, Kent convinced Natasha and her sister to invest in his online hotel reservation business.
Romance scams often start through meetings on the internet dating websites or chat rooms. True or false? Well, the answer is true. Romance scammers use dating websites and set up fake profiles in order to attract possible victims for their fraud. The fraudsters' intent is to trick the people they meet on these sites out of their money.
The business that Jeff Ken operated was an online hotel reservation site. So what he would do is advertise hotels at a discounted rate. So if somebody from anywhere in the world looked at his website, there were hotels that were cheaper than the actual rate being offered by the actual hotel. So clients were naturally attracted to his website and would contact the business and would provide them with their credit card information.
Kent set up this fraudulent business and lured Natasha's sister to move across the country to work. Kent tricked the sisters into signing all of the financial documents. Kent needed the sisters' good credit.
Because it was my sister, it made it a little easier. It wasn't somebody I met on the street corner who claimed to have a business, so it was a doctor. And almost immediately he took us around and showed us a couple offices. We picked a location, and he said, now we're gonna have to go and register a few business names. And so we went and we picked like 5. I said, why 5? He said, well, because sometimes, you might want to separate the businesses, so it's better to have several entities than just one. And it was kind of odd because none of the business names that we chose said hotel. He called it a partnership, said it would be a partnership, a 50-50 partnership. However, everything had to be in my name. So all the bank accounts had to be in my name, all the registrations had to be in my name. He had the full control of the accounts. First of all, I didn't understand how merchant services works.
If you were to go and start up a business today, you were to start up a similar business today, and you were to apply for merchant services, it would be all based on your good credit, not what you own or whatnot. As long as the people that I was asking to be the owner of the business had good credit, they didn't need to have any type of established equity in their lives.
All it is an application which you sign up and put your SIN number and address and a signature, and then you fax it in, and then 5 days later there's a knock on your door and there's a terminal laying at the door. So anybody theoretically knowing my name and my address and could fake whatever signature and putting my SIN number could get that terminal and Bob's your uncle. Obviously you need accounts to go with it, but it's just so easy to get that equipment that it was unreal.
I was in control of the accounts. I kept control of it. I was a doctor. I could be trusted. My wife and sister-in-law, they didn't know necessarily what was happening with the business because everyone thought I was a doctor and everyone thought I was an upstanding person. They trusted me and let me control the business and all of its accounts.
We were all together. We were all one group, and it was a business that was a legitimate business that was meant to bring a lot of profit and prosperity.
The ticket cost on hotels is, average hotel is $150 a night. So if someone is staying an average of 2.5 nights, each sale would be $500. So on a lot of days, we would do 100 sales, and that would be $50,000 in sales a day.
The hotel reservation business brought in a lot of money. But Natasha and her sister started to get worried because they were receiving way too many customer complaints. Imagine showing up at a hotel thinking you had a reservation, and the hotel has never heard of you.
And they're calling me on my cell phone because we redirected, like when we would leave the office. He didn't do it, but I did. I directed like my regular phone line to my cell phone so I could catch those calls at night. I thought if it's a new customer or an existing customer service. So they would call me, right? Time zones are different. 3 o'clock in the morning, I would wake up, freak out, and I'm at the hotel and my reservation isn't there and there's no room at this hotel. And I was terrified because first of all, I thought we've done something wrong and that's not okay because I've been a traveler many times. That's not fun, that's not cool. So what he would do is he would have a database of all these credit cards that he had taken in 4, 5, 8 months of operating a business. And he waited for the very last minute until he knew that would hit the fan. And so in one night or in 2 nights, he would pull out all of his records and all of his credit card numbers from his files, and it could be hundreds of thousands of dollars valued. And he would ring them all in at once, so process each card. The merchant company the following day would make a deposit. So if he closed the batch off today for $150,000, the following day that merchant company would make a deposit to his account. So what he would do is he would wait until he knew that he's about to skip out or this is it. And so he would take that $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 and bring them at once. And then he knew that that's it for this company, for this business. He'd cash out the money.
Though my wife and her sister and brother-in-law were complicit in being involved in the business, they were not part of the online fraud where I would defraud customers of their credit cards.
What is a sign that you may have fallen victim to a romance scam? Someone has fallen in love with you very quickly? Your new romantic interest asks you for help financially? The person you are seeing is vague about their background and family history? All of the above. Well, the answer, of course, is all of the above. Although we all like to believe that love can happen quickly, normally it takes its own course in time. Secondly, if your new lover is vague about their family, or they want to borrow money almost immediately, these are all signs that you may be involved in a romance scam. Kent was worried that some of the people he ripped off in the hotel might complain to the police. So he took the bold step of visiting the police department to find out any information on the investigation.
Kent told me that he had been told by an investigator from Consumer Protection that the police had entered into a criminal investigation that was in conjunction with their investigation, and he simply wanted to come in and find out if he could help us. My first impression of Kent was he was trying to obtain information from the police as opposed to his expressed reason why he wanted to talk to us. When I started to interview him, he was asking me more questions than what I was trying to ask him. I had to stop Jeff during the interview and explain to him that that's not how the police investigation process is going to work, that somebody doesn't just walk in off the street and request information from the police about what we're investigating and what their role is in the investigation.
Well, Detective Menzies knew something was up after this strange encounter with Kent. Menzies left the interrogation room and started to check Kent out.
When I discovered there was in fact a victim that had come forward, and I started to present that information to Mr. Kent, he decided he did not want to speak any longer to me, maybe fearful that he was going to provide information to the police that was detrimental to him.
Kent's house of cards was now very fragile and could come tumbling down at just about any moment. Kent used his smooth-talking abilities and told the sisters that the police may want to talk to them. He calmly claimed that nothing was wrong and the police were just out to get him.
Thought that at some point I was going to bail out the financial mess that I had created. I had no means to do so.
And finally, the day came, he ran out of excuses. I was 7 months pregnant, and he just laid it out. Like, everything I am is a lie. Everything I said is a lie. There is no ex-wife who died. There is no child who is living in California. There is no money. There is no doctor. There is no nothing. I'm just a fake, and I'm a loser. But open this door, I want to get out. I need to go. I knew I knew it was a reality. I knew I'm standing on my feet. I just knew that I have to keep him in this apartment until the police show up. This guy is a crook, and he wants to run away from just taking away from me so much, and he just wants to disappear into a thin air. And that's when I didn't let him go, because I couldn't let guard of the door. I stood there guarding the door. Took my head and started smacking it against the door. He walked over to the phone, called 911 and said, I'm trying to leave my house and my wife is not letting me go. And then they're asking him, put her wife on the phone. So this person at the end of the line can hear this conversation. Of course, she dispatches the police.
The police arrived and arrested Kent for assault. He quickly made bail and disappeared into thin air. No one knew where he was, and the police now wanted to arrest him for the fraud. Police doggedly worked on the case to track down this serial fraudster.
My child was born and I had to have custody arrangements for my child, and it's just a must. And so Jeff Kent was nowhere to be found, and I Googled Jeff Kent's name, and this website came up. Something medical BC, and Jeff Kent is on the list amongst numerous of doctors. There's a place on that page where you can make a comment about the doctor, and that's where I made a comment saying that not a doctor, a fraud, a criminal.
If you think you've been the victim of a romance scam, what should you do? Arrange to meet the scammer in a public place so you can confront him or her? Cease all contact immediately. Advise the dating service and report the fraud to police. Play along with the scammer and try to trick him or her out of his money. Try to find other victims of the fraudster. Well, the answer is B. Dealing with fraud artists and scammers is a matter for the police. Report all you know about the fraudster to your local police. They may have other complaints, and they may be able to make an arrest.
2 years before we were able to process all of the information and determine victims, put everything together, and I started learning about new victims still as I was investigating these businesses. He was still out there doing it exactly, and meeting people and socially engineering them to believe he was somebody that he wasn't. So when I arrested Jeff, he was in a house with one of his new victims, and her family had actually flown in to be with her for the wedding. The charges were fraud over $5,000. I think we had several counts because each of the women were a count and combined with the losses in the credit card companies. Jeff, he pled guilty and he was sentenced to 4 years in jail.
Do I believe that he planned this? Yes, I do. But I don't think necessarily it was planned for me per se. The plan was an existent plan. He works in a plan. He just changed the characters and the names and the last names, but it's a system that works for him.
You gotta really look into everything. You have to get to know their family and their friends and just really look into everything. There are many Jeff Kents out there.
I think we're all capable of doing anything that we've already done once. I think that if the circumstances were to line up again, if I was to end up in the exact same position that I was back then, I think I'm absolutely capable of doing it again.
Now, we want to hear from you, so Fraud Squad takes it to the streets to hear some of your stories.
My biggest, boo-hoo is women, romantic con artists, because there are a lot of men out there who are doing this. They're calling women, they're falling in love with these women on the internet. Women have been taken advantage of for so long, and then also there are men who have been taken advantage of because of women that are con artists. But the romantic con artist has not been discussed enough as far as I'm concerned. Don't just move on. Speak up, because the laws have not caught up with romantic con artists. We did not have internet laws 30 years ago. We do now, because we had to make the laws as the crimes were being committed. And this is one of those unspoken, unclaimed, uncharged crimes, because everybody tells them, oh, just move on, just get on with your life, just forget about it, just get him out of your life. Don't let him get away with it. Exactly. So please, women, men too, Pay attention to what you're doing, how you're living, what you're allowing someone to convince you to put on the internet. And that includes charge card numbers, everything. Be more discreet, physically and business-wise.
It was just a friend's experience. I remember her losing her, she called it identity loss. And it was such a emotional experience for her. She really felt that she was, privacy was invaded. She felt very, very threatened, and it took her almost 6 months to get over that experience, actually. It's like someone coming into your home and stealing your stuff, right? So, yeah, and they took on her name, they took on her birth date, everything. And she had to change every ID she had. And it was really traumatic for her. I only remember that.
I think sometimes online dating sites are a little bit of a scam. I don't know what to say. I mean, maybe it works for people, but I just think, be careful if you're going on there. But I mean, it sure works, but I just think be careful.
I'm Tom Natcher. Welcome to another episode of Fraud Squad. Now, identity theft is when someone assumes your identity by stealing your personal identification information. Home address, social number, driver's license number, bank account, or credit card numbers, or virtually any combination of the above. What they do is apply for credit in your name, spend all the money available, and leave you stuck with the bill. In tonight's episode, we'll see how one identity theft police officer was herself a victim of identity theft. But first, the story of a slippery character who managed to elude police just as they were closing in by assuming a new identity several times before eventually being captured.
What was interesting about Randy Campbell, unlike many identity thieves, is that he did a complete takeover of that person's identity. He rented an apartment in that person's name. He did purchases in that person's name.
A completely different criminal, as it were, a different case for us than we normally see. Where here was someone that's walking around as an actor would in a TV show or a movie. I am not who I really am. I am, in this case, Bogdan Vok or Jason Deckard.
But what separated him from many other identity thieves is that as soon as he knew he was caught, the very next day, he was able to rent another apartment in yet a different victim's name.
In May of 2009, I received a phone call from an Auburn, Washington Police Department detective telling me that she'd been contacted by a citizen of Auburn, Washington, Bogdan Vok, and he reported to her that there was someone in the Portland metro area using his name to purchase items and to rent an apartment.
I was checking my mail on Sunday and opened up an envelope that was addressed to me. I noticed it was from Portland, and I haven't been in Portland in a while, and it was from a jewelry store, so that kind of intrigued me. So I opened it up, and it was thanking me for a recent purchase of a Rolex watch and a diamond ring. Didn't know what to think. So I just put it aside momentarily and just started looking through the rest of my mail. Then the next piece of mail was a decline of credit from Nordstrom. That was really odd. Here I made a purchase, and here I got declined, and I didn't apply for credit. Last time I checked, I didn't have a Rolex.
Of course, the store remembered who came in to do that transaction. And so then the game is on as far as trying to locate that individual.
Officer Staub learns that an apartment has been leased out under the name of Bogdan Vok. He races to the scene of the crime to make his arrest.
When Officer Staub gets to that apartment and speaks to the apartment manager, Randy Campbell has already left. When he left, he stole the washer and dryer from the apartment.
Someone from the Pontiac dealership where a car was purchased calls and is investigating or inquiring about this apartment. Well, the manager doesn't get much info except tells the criminalist, oh, by the way, someone called from a Pontiac dealership about a car, and it's the same apartment you were just in. So I just started through the phone book, sat down and called each one individually and then landed on Jason Deckard's name at a nearby Pontiac dealership, and that's where I learned that a person later identified as Randy Campbell had gone in and made this car purchase, claiming to be Jason Deckard from Texas.
There was a couple phone numbers that I was able to get that were on the application. So then afterward, I'm like, well, whatever, let me give it a try. I want to see if I could talk to the guy. So I was like, okay, how should I do this? He goes, well, he's applying to a lot of credit cards. So let me pretend I'm from some credit reporting agency.
Hi, this is ABC Creditors calling. You're approved for your credit. We just need to verify your address.
Okay. He goes, hold on, what do you need? What do you need the address for? Everything's on the application. I go, well, just read me the address. Well, just tell me what the address is. I mean, that's all I need. I just need to verify the address, and your credit line will be approved.
Okay, 168 Wilford Drive.
That's my address.
No,
The real Bogdan Volk. Like, no, you're not. This is Bogdan. And then he hung up.
He left in the middle of the night from the first apartment complex, taking the washer and dryer with him. He moved, I think it was 1.3 miles down the road to another apartment complex. And when he moved in there, he had now completely assumed the name Jason Deckard for that apartment complex rental. Once we figured out where he was, there was some surveillance involved, me walking around the complex with the manager, acting as a prospective tenant, taking some photos, and setting up for a raid.
How many people have their identity stolen in North America each year? 1 million, 9 million, 15 million, or 25 million? Before the break, we asked, how many people have their identity stolen in North America every year? Is it 1 million, or 9 million, 15 million, 25 million? Well, the answer is 9 million. According to one study, over 9 million people in North America have their identities stolen each year. That's over 24,000 identities stolen each day. Make sure you're doing all you can to protect your identity.
The second apartment complex we go to, that is where we conducted the raid and caught him. You've already run through it a few times, so everyone knows their part and what's going to happen. So it's never a dull moment, as they say. This is the Breckenridge apartment complex where we raided the apartment where Randy Campbell was renting an apartment using the name Jason Deckard.
Officer Staub and his team positioned themselves for the raid by moving behind the apartment complex in the early morning hours. Campbell was not going to slip through their fingers again.
When we actually did the raid itself, we pretty much hugged the building, and that just allows less ability or chance of someone to see us.
Go, go, go! Clear!
Not knowing what was waiting for them behind the door, Staub and his team drew their guns and braced themselves.
Go, go, go! Get your hands up! Don't you move! Get your hands up! Both of you stay right where you are. Don't move. Higher. Get your hands up now. Yeah, we got you.
Conducted the raid at about 5 o'clock in the morning. I attempted to interview him, and basically something to the effect of, you got here just in time, I was about to leave, you got me good, I got nothing to say to you. And that was the extent of my interview with Mr. Campbell.
Only because we were able to dedicate the resources, we were able to catch somebody like Randy Campbell.
We uncovered a ton of evidence inside his current apartment. This is binder number 1, and then I ended up with binder number 2, which I think is actually really a 6-inch binder. So 11 inches for Randy Campbell, and most people only get 5, which led us to go to the district attorney and say, hey, I know it's not usual in this kind of case, but we need to make sure he stays here.
We asked to have his bail increased to $1 million, which is an unusual amount, but we were very concerned given that he could make IDs or had sources to get IDs, very good IDs, so quickly.
Well, it was a mixed feeling. It was relief that this guy's gone, but what about if he had given my information to anybody else? The good thing that kind of was calming is that Officer Staub had mentioned that they had found a lot of my information in his apartment, or the other place, wherever he was staying. So it seemed like all of my information was in custody too and wasn't out there. But at that same time, you can never be too sure.
At the end of the day, he had nothing. He had nowhere to go, no defense to his actions, and led to his conviction. And I believe he took a 5-year plea. I found some other cases that appeared he'd been committing some kind of fraudulent activity for at least 2 years prior to me coming in contact with him.
And Randy Campbell is an example of someone that did this not because he had a meth addiction. He didn't have a drug addiction. Randy Campbell did this for a lifestyle choice.
And I understand how a good credit can help you in your life and how a bad credit can screw you over in life. So I did everything I could to make sure that my credit was perfect. The apartment that we were living at was kind of small, so I needed a bigger apartment because I had a kid on the way. So I'm trying to rent another apartment, I can't. So here I'm stuck at this little apartment with the kid on the way and can't do nothing about it.
What can you do to protect your identity and thwart identity thieves? Shred all documents containing personal information before they go to the trash. Never give out personal information to people that you don't know or trust. Check your credit rating often to ensure no one is opening any accounts in your name, or all of the above. Before the break, we asked, what can you do to protect your identity and thwart identity thieves? Shred all documents containing personal information before they go to the trash. Never give out personal information to people you don't know or trust. Check your credit rating often to ensure that no one's opening accounts in your name, or all of the above. Well, the answer is all of the above. All of these tips are helpful when trying to secure your identity information from criminals.
I was writing checks at local stores in the city of Portland. And I would go into the store and write checks for purchases, then do returns and get money back for the items.
Most of them accepted some responsibility for what they'd done, but I knew that there was a lot more going on. I was contacted by the Fred Merrick corporate fraud investigator about some people who were passing counterfeit business checks and personal checks at different Fred Meyer stores throughout the area here.
They were in this together? Okay. And did anybody else see this?
That same day that I got that information, a patrol officer called me to tell me that he had seized a computer and some documents from a trailer that was occupied by Carrie Pepin, who I later learned was part of the first investigation. It was clear that the two investigations were linked to each other based on the information from the computer. It looked like it was the same people that were passing the checks at Fred Meyer's.
I would say over 90% of the cases that I handle, the person has some drug addiction.
I was addicted to methamphetamines and had been using drugs for a very long time. And the last couple of years of my drug use got really heavy. Just got wrapped up with the desire to want more of them and did anything I could to get them. My oldest daughter had been living with her dad for a couple of years prior to that. My youngest daughter was living with me through part of it, but her dad came and got her as well before I was arrested, about a month and a half before I was arrested. And at that point, when he came and got her, I really went, I guess, off the deep end and started committing more crime, using more drugs, and just really didn't care about life.
There are people that are exceptionally greedy, so they're going for high volume, or they're exceptionally busy in the sense that they're doing many transactions. And Rochelle Ross and her group fell into the second category.
It was like more than a full-time job, actually. In doing so, there was creating checks. I actually had to make them myself. And there was creating IDs, remembering who I was each time I went to the store, because on a daily basis, I was somebody different.
cops are just around the corner. That's it. Well, we'll get rid of it.
Officer Glass and her team were making progress. They were closing in on Rochelle and her identity theft ring. The criminals started to panic.
You don't want to use the most expensive lamination stock. And so you practice with plain paper. And that's a lot of what they had thrown out was just practice checks, but trash bags full.
We're at Walmart, Eastport Plaza Walmart. The bag of trash was found maybe 100 feet away from it. When I looked in the bag of trash, it was all the same stuff from the first 2 investigations. So I knew I was onto something.
I was told from people around town that the police were looking for me, that even different motel rooms, some people's houses that they had gone to looking for myself and some other people, showing my picture around. So I knew that it was coming.
A tip led Officer Glass to a part of town where she would find Rochelle. She found her sitting on a park bench where she was arrested without a fight.
Most of them accepted some responsibility for what they'd done, but I knew that there was a lot more going on.
Officer Glass interviewed several suspects and began to listen to phone calls made from prison. She soon discovered how big the operation really was.
They don't know about the fake checks.
Hey, the 2 girls haven't even made it down there yet. They're still questioning them.
What did you say to the police about the bags? Mark wants to know. Yeah. He didn't say anything about no bags. That he was just giving you guys a ride. I'm getting rid of everything right now, as we speak. Going right now. The shredder's almost full, we'll put it that way.
During the jail calls is Marcus telling his sister that I only know about the Fred Meyer transactions, that I know nothing about Safeway or Target or Walmart. So now I know. I sent out a request for the different store fraud investigators to look at their databases and see if they'd accepted any of the same checks from the same maker names, the same payee names as the bunch I was looking at. Safeway forwarded my request on to Certegy Check Verification Services, who dug around and sent me back this huge spreadsheet that had lists of all these transactions. They'd given that information to the Safeway fraud investigator, who emailed it to me with a little notification that said, "Barb, you're not going to believe this. Look at check number 5.
According to one police force, how many of the identity theft criminals they bust are linked to drug abuse, especially methamphetamine? Is it 90%, 50%, 30%, or 10%? Before we went to break, we asked, according to one police force, how many of the identity theft criminals they bust are linked to drug abuse, especially methamphetamine? Is it 90%, 50%, 30%, or 10%? Well, the answer is 90%. According to one police department, over 90% of the identity theft cases deal with drugs. Methamphetamine addicts often turn to fraud to make fast cash and easy money to feed their drug habits.
They'd given that information to the Safeway fraud investigator, who emailed it to me with a little notification that said, "Barb, you're not going to believe this. Look at check number 5. So I opened the file up and I looked at all the checks, and when I got to check number 5, there it was, a counterfeit check that had my name as the authorized signer on it. It was a business check, and the business address was my precinct address, and the maker name was Swept Away Cleaning. It was a little concerning because I didn't know how much more they'd done. And the best I could ever get out of any of them was that they thought that was the only one that they had done with my name on it, and that they hadn't done anything else.
Don't roll your eyes. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
It was extremely sad and very scary, extremely scary. I didn't know what was going to happen. I knew that what I was doing could send me to prison for a very long time.
During the interview I had with her, I said, you know, you're not a bad person. You're just doing really stupid, bad things. and you can turn this around.
I remember during my first interview with her, some words that she said to me before I went to prison were that she could tell I wasn't a bad person, that I had just made bad choices, and that I had the chance to change things. And that if I just got my head straight, that I would be okay. And her telling me that actually really helped me make the choices I made while I was in prison and to turn things around for myself.
Rochelle Ross did receive a prison sentence. She also received opportunity for treatment, which I know that she has engaged in.
I am in recovery now. I have almost 2 years sobriety and don't ever wish to go back to that lifestyle. That stupid mistake of not shredding that bag of garbage or putting it in an actual dumpster saved my life. Because if that had not been found, maybe I wouldn't have been found when I was.
She may be one of a handful of people that I've sent to prison who actually get their stuff together and turn it around.
So when I got out, I contacted her and thanked her for those words and let her know that, you know, how much that meant to me.
Hello, I'm Tom Natchu. Welcome to Fraud Squad. In this episode, we're going to look at fraud that targets the elderly. A fiduciary is a person that's entrusted with handling someone's financial affairs. In one case, we'll show you how a trusted fiduciary, recommended by lawyers and other authority figures, spent her client's life savings on her own gambling habit. Our second story shows how one elderly man fell in love with a young woman who had her sights set squarely on his bank account. But first, we're going to tell the story about how one woman found out far too late that the fraudster in this case was actually her own daughter.
In June of 2007, I became aware that my mother was not being looked after properly. She had been financially abused. Somebody had taken all of her money and left her basically destitute.
Majority of abuse against seniors is financial, about 80% in fact. At the end of the day, somebody wants their money, unfortunately.
I knew that she should have approximately 150 some odd thousand. The money kind of just disappeared. It didn't show up on my mother's banking records, and it was like somebody had stuck a needle in the back of your head. That was my first reaction, like, what do you mean?
You just have to sign here, and then you don't even have to worry about a thing.
My mother apparently made my sister power of attorney without any knowledge of my father or myself. As power of attorney, my sister virtually, from a financial standpoint, became my mother.
A power of attorney is a legal document where you give someone the right to access your finances for your benefit. Most seniors, when they make their power of attorney documents, they make their family, usually their son or daughter. And for the most part, that's fine. But there are sons and daughters out there who are stealing from their parents.
At that time, my mother, she was about $18,000 in debt to her caregivers, which was a municipality that she lived in.
In this case, the senior had dementia. And as the power of attorney, this daughter proceeded to steal $163,000 from her mother's bank account.
It was my sister that had basically neglected my mother to start with.
This daughter chose to go into the bank account and withdraw all this money, and she used a large portion of this money at the casino.
So she took them out of the bank machines at the casino, and we're kind of assuming that that's where most of the money went.
I received information from the casino that between her winnings and losings, she gambled in excess of $1 million.
What do you need? Went to the police. My first encounter with the police was not really good. I was told maybe I should look after it civilly. And after a large conversation about why I shouldn't have to look after it civilly, we did a report. Shortly after that, I became involved with Sergeant John Keating.
I was shocked by it, horrified by it, that somebody could actually take almost every penny that their mother had and use it for their own purpose.
John's very passionate about elder abuse, and eventually we got enough information that we arrested my sister, or as I call her now, my mother's daughter.
The daughter was arrested and brought to police to be interrogated. But when she found out she was going to be charged, she made an outlandish request.
My mother had a silver fox fur coat and hat that my dad had bought for her on one of his trips back home to Poland. And John arrested her. They went through all that process, and then she turned to John and she said, "Do you think it'd be okay if I kept my mother's silver fox hat and coat?" We've never seen it to this day.
So this matter went to court, and this particular daughter was convicted of stealing this money from her mother.
From her standpoint, you know, a slap on the wrist was basically what they were thinking was going to happen.
At this rate, it looks like she could get away with it. Okay.
The judge went out to deliberate how he was going to sentence her. And my wife actually pointed out that she had lied when the judge asked how much money she made in a year.
Why are senior citizens often targeted by fraudsters? Is it that seniors will have a nest egg of cash that fraudsters want to steal? Seniors are sometimes more trusting and polite and find it difficult to say no or just hang up the phone. Seniors are less likely to report being the victim of a scam, or all of the above. The answer is all of the above. Fraudsters like to target seniors because they know there's a lifetime of savings they can get their hands on. Help protect the seniors that you know.
The judge went out, John Keating come up and started to walk back, so I said to him, "That's not right. Like, she has more money than that. She's, you know, gets more money than that." And he asked me if I could get a hold of my brother-in-law, who I still get along with. And I said yes. We phoned him in Nova Scotia. He spoke to John, and when the judge came back in, the prosecutor at the time said, "Before you, pass sentence here, there's something else you should know." You could see in his face that he was just furious.
And there's not a lot of elder abuse cases in court, at least there wasn't a year or so ago when this took place. But we found that the judge was excellent. He gave a great sentence. I believe she was sentenced to a couple years of house arrest and ordered to pay restitution and several years probation as well.
Elder abuse, financial abuse of this type, is starting to gain momentum across the country, and we have different police services that are actually starting to do something about it.
Seniors are from a generation where when things happened within their family, bad things, they kept it between the four walls. Mom is never going to tell anybody because she doesn't want to spread the bad things around that are going on in her family. She's embarrassed of the fact that one of her children might be harming her, stealing her money. So they keep it between the four walls quite often.
In my mother's case, they beat her. You don't see the blood and the wounds, but they are there.
A fiduciary is a person entrusted with handling someone's financial affairs. In one case, we'll show you how a trusted fiduciary, recommended by lawyers and other authority figures, spent her client's life savings on her own gambling habit.
Teresa Lagner was a private fiduciary in the San Diego area. Miss Lagner had built up a reputation over a variety of years as being someone who was trustworthy and could be appointed or hired as a fiduciary. When a trust became open where a fiduciary was necessary to be appointed, Mrs. Lagner's name came up quite often. A fiduciary is generally someone who is entrusted with handling the financial affairs of someone else, and the way you handle those have to be completely for the benefit of the beneficiary of the trust.
The Secret Service investigate various types of financial crimes.
different types of bank frauds, credit card frauds, anything basically to do with the financial institutions.
The Lagner case came to my attention during a monthly meeting that we have as part of our task force. After we subpoenaed the bank accounts for Ms. Lagner and had access to the bank accounts that belonged to the trusts and the estates, we were able to determine that large amounts of money, large chunks of the money, was being transferred.
In this case, what she was able to do quite easily is make financial transfers of monies from the bank accounts of the beneficiaries to her own personal and business accounts. In fact, she was able to do this all on the internet, online banking. The Secret Service received information of a suspicious activity report that one of the banks had reported that caused them to believe something was strange going on in a particular trust account. She made all of the transfers electronically, and then she was able to withdraw those either through ATMs or writing checks at the casinos, and they would cash them for her. Very often, the beneficiaries were elderly, they were mentally infirm. What she did was target large trusts where the beneficiary was not fully aware of all the financial transactions.
We knew that Ms. Lagner had been transferring funds from victim accounts, so it was an ongoing criminal enterprise. And because of that, we knew that it was essential for us to work the case as quickly as possible. After we determined that money was being spent at local casinos, agents conducted a surveillance of Ms. Lagner, both at her business and at the casino. As far as winnings go, she seemed to be losing a lot more money than she was winning.
There was quite a bit of money that went through the casinos, almost as much as $1 million.
The primary amount of money was going towards her gambling habit.
There was one trust in particular that was left for an elderly woman who was a cancer survivor. She was particularly devastated because Ms. Lagner was actually the second fiduciary who came on her case. The first fiduciary was also stealing from this particular victim. She personally interviewed and hired Ms. Lagner, and then later learned that she had been lied to and Ms. Lagner was stealing money from her. We found that there was over $100,000 that was taken from this particular victim and gambled away at the casinos.
Once we were able to place her at the casino on several occasions, we felt comfortable enough to then bring the case and present it to the United States Attorney's Office.
She was ultimately charged with wire fraud, meaning that she was causing losses to people using interstate transmissions, and in this case, both internet banking transactions and wire transfers.
Once the search warrants were obtained, we served simultaneous warrants on both her house and her business at the same time. During the execution of the search warrant at her residence, immediately upon entering her house, we encountered a house in complete disarray. It seemed to everybody involved that we had an individual who was into hoarding things. There were boxes everywhere. There were animal feces on the floor, and there were food products that seemed to have been purchased from the store weeks and months prior that sat stale on the counter. After securing the location, we located Ms. Lagner and her husband inside of the home. Agents searched the home, and I conducted an interview with Ms. Lagner. During the search of the residence, we seized a number of boxes of paperwork that related to various trusts that she had been managing. Ms. Lagner's demeanor was shocked, in a way standoffish with the agents who were interviewing her at first. After several minutes into the interview, I got the feeling that Ms. Lagner knew that we had discovered what she had been up to, and she went into a mode of simply stating that she had made a mistake.
This was the local school foundation.
She came in to see both the prosecutor and the agents to go over how many trusts she actually had a control over and how many transactions, illegal transactions, she had actually made. There were quite a few interviews explaining to her the extent of the damage that she caused. She knew that she was taking improperly from a lot of the trusts and gambling them away, but she had no idea the extent of the money that she had taken.
After we received the material both from her residence and her work, at her work, approximately 120 boxes were seized. We were able to determine after combing through the records we seized at her work that they simply did not match with the bank records that we had reviewed from both her bank and the bank records of the victims.
When Ms. Lagner met with agents, it was obvious that she was very emotional about what had happened. She had prided herself in being a trusted fiduciary for many years and now realized that she had not only let herself down and all of the victims down, but many of the attorneys who had relied on her to be a trustee. She knew that this was the end of her career and was afraid that she would not be able to make amends to all the victims that she took money from. What we learned from this case was that it was quite easy for someone with complete control over trust funds to take and withdraw money immediately. Ms. Lagner was sentenced to 18 months custody in federal prison, and she was also ordered to pay full restitution back for the trust that she had taken from. So ultimately, she was ordered to pay back $471,000.
What is a fiduciary? A person to whom property is entrusted for the benefit of someone else? A person who receives the money from a person's bank account? A company that makes loans to trusted persons? Or a company that manufactures fiddles? Well, here's the answer. A fiduciary is a person to whom property is entrusted for the benefit of someone else. They're often given the power to control the financial affairs of someone who cannot take care of their own finances.
The women that get involved in these situations are professionals. They know what they're doing.
One elderly man fell in love with a young woman who set her sights squarely on his bank account.
The sweetheart scams are very successful because, for one thing, it's very hard to prosecute. Usually the older gentlemen, the gentlemen that these people target, they're either living by themselves, they're recent widows, they've never been married. They usually have a pretty lonely existence.
They probably haven't had a female in their life for a while. And when some young, pretty thing flirts with them, the ego gets stroked.
One situation that happened right here in Cook County was with an elderly man who was alone at a restaurant and had been approached by a woman.
The young woman sat down, they started up a conversation. Before you know it, she invited him to dinner.
He enjoyed her companionship. They did become friends. She did have many of the situations, the emergencies coming up in her life.
He comes over to dinner. She starts saying that my daughter needs a heart transplant. We need cash now or the bills will be astronomical. I do not have insurance. I do not have any other means to pay that. He gave her a check for $60,000.
The women who participate in this sweetheart scam are Eastern European, and they travel. They're not just located in one location.
Now again, this was a man all throughout his life. He was watching every penny he ever made. He was not go on these exotic vacations. He did not really even go on vacations. Everything he did, he knew down to the penny. He was very cheap in what he did. And all of a sudden, this woman comes into his life again, telling him that, oh, I love you, I care for you. And the next thing you know, probably within a year and a half, he is out $400,000.
If she wasn't available to visit him at home and give him a hug, she would have a family member come. A niece, maybe a sister, who knows what the relations were. And never anything that you might imagine, more of just a hug, a friendly gesture, something that he didn't have anywhere else, but he was getting from them.
She invited him to his house. When they got to the house, she was there. A person that she introduced as her brother was there. Her brother's kids were there. These all turned out later on to be basically her husband and her children. They sat down, they would have dinner. Next thing you know, they would tell him what a great guy he was. They would show him around the house. They went down to the basement and said, oh, we have to get this basement finished, but we have no money. He willingly admitted, say, I will give you the money to finish the basement.
Sure.
Some of these women that we have been dealing with usually are involved with other scams as well that we have. They are usually from like a clannish group who operate in an extended family type setting where they usually other members are also involved with some other type of fraud and some other type of theft going on as well.
What is this, Dad? Like, look at all the money you have spent on her.
He was paying bills for them, he was draining his account, and when his son did see these accounts going down, was outraged, went to the police, made the report, and as the police got involved, the victim would scream at them. He wanted them out of his house.
I would go in there and I was asking him how he was doing. I would bring up the subject of this young lady, and all of a sudden he would get very defensive. He would say, this is my girlfriend, this is someone that I care about, this is someone that I want in my life.
As the police would leave his home, he would call and give reports to his sweetheart and let her know that the police were asking, and that, you know, he wanted to reassure her, everything is fine, I love you, and she would of course say, well, I love you too.
He truly believed that this woman cared for him. He truly believed that this woman had his best interests at heart.
It's very embarrassing for the man to come forward and say, I was duped, I was taken advantage of. But then once you've opened his eyes about what has occurred here, it becomes abundantly clear you don't have enough for a criminal act because he voluntarily gave all this money.
What is one of the best ways to help protect the seniors in your life from fraudsters? Read all of their mail without their knowledge. Make sure you check out any new friends they make. Be involved in their life. Call regularly and include them in activities. Or study their monthly phone bill for any unusual calls. Well, the correct answer is the best way to determine if a senior in your life may be involved in a fraudulent scheme is to meet with them regularly. Call them and include them in activities. This interaction may help identify if a fraudster has entered their life.
At one time, he had to go into the hospital. When he was released from the hospital, they did not see he was fit to go home, so he went into this nursing home. The only time she did come around, and this happened probably 2 to 3 days before his death.
She's in a room with him, videoing, making sure to have on tape how much they loved each other, that he never had a problem with their relationship, with the money that he provided.
She was videotaping this man, and what she was asking him is, do you want me to be prosecuted? Do you want me to go to jail? Do you want the police to leave me alone?
You gave me the money freely, right?
Of course. So just in case something came down the road, some charges, she had that on tape. He loved her. He wanted to give her this money.
When the victim is depleted, then they will go on to someone else. He could not afford anything. He was basically being on a taxpayer's roll.
These type of crimes occur all so often, and it's unfortunate that I see no end in sight.
Well, we've come to the end of another episode of Fraud Squad. Remember, we're fighting fraud together.
For more information on this and other episodes of Fraud Squad, go to investigationdiscovery.ca.